Councilmember Baines, Councilmember Brand, Councilmember Brandell, Councilmember Olivier, Councilmember Quintero, Councilmember Soria, Council President Caprielli.
Here, thank you very much. Next is the invocation. Reverend Dickey from the Operation Heal Our Land Church. Welcome, sir, and if you'd be so kind as to lead us in the invocation, and we'll remain standing and salute our flag.
First of all, I just want you guys to know and women to know that you guys are being prayed for ongoing. I attend pastor clusters, and not only you guys prayed for, but you're prayed for by name. So, just want to share a couple verses to get into prayer. It's verses you've heard before, I'm sure. Unless the Lord builds a house, the builders labor in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the guards stand watch in vain. Out of Psalm 127. Then Romans 13:1, let everyone be subject to government authorities. There is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. So, Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to pray for these courageous men and women who make up the Fresno City Council. Father, at times they're praised and at times they're ridiculed, but they are willing to stick their necks out because they truly care to make a difference to impact our community. We pray, Lord, that as they go about their sometimes long days as council members and businessmen and women, that they would be cognizant of you. So, Lord, bless the City Council as they plan for the future of our community and for the betterment of its people. I pray they would seek you for wisdom, for guidance, direction today and throughout their terms as council members, and that you'd be glorified as a result. We ask blessing upon their families, Lord, that you'd keep them protected and shielded from any harm. And Father, we do lift up our city to you, Father God. Thank you for the city we have, the beautiful place to live, God. And I just thank you that these men and women, Father, have the betterment of our community in their minds at all times. And it's in your powerful and precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dickey. If we'll face the flag, please, and ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. You know, this morning as I look out in the audience, I see a couple of my favorite people from the chamber, and they seem to have a guest with them. So would Al, would you like to come up here and introduce your guest and our new leader?
Thank you, President. I'm the current chair of the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to introduce someone to you. Also in the audience is Al Smith, our esteemed leader for 10 years. Last summer he said he was going to move on to other kinds of projects, and so we started a hunt to find someone that could possibly replace him. So over the last 6.5 months, the executive committee, with the able assistance of Judge Oliver, went through an extensive list of folks who might replace Al, about 40 individuals, all kinds of contacts, phone calls, Skype interviews, personal interviews, narrowed it down to 10 from the 40, excellent 10, narrowed it down to the best of the best with down to 3. We finally figured, oh, hell, let's hire the tallest one. I'd like to introduce Nathan Ali, formerly with Bakersfield, and this is his fourth day, and he's already gone through a box of cards, and I want to do a formal introduction to you of our new President, CEO, Nathan Ali.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. You succeed Al Smith. You don't replace him. I've learned that pretty quickly over the last 4 days. It's great to be here. I've had a chance to meet several of you one-on-one, but it's wonderful to be here. I've got such a wonderful welcome from everyone here in Fresno. Looking forward to finding more ways that we can continue to improve the business community and just help strengthen Fresno as a whole as it continues to move forward. I feel a great positive energy since I've been here this week. It really feels like the city and the community are working in the right direction, and just a lot of positive feelings that I'm looking forward to being part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have big shoes to fill. Al's a legend in our community. He's old enough to be a legend, too. Just kidding, Al. I wanted to get you before you got me. Okay, next is our agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda? I have several yeses.
I have a couple of changes. The 9:45 a.m. item, file number 16105, it's a joint meeting. Remove item 1, which is regarding the purchase and sale agreement, but item 2 will remain on the agenda. And then the 1:30 p.m. item, 16245, file number, J.D. McCubbin requested his appearance be removed from the agenda, and he will reschedule at a later date.
Which item was that?
That was the 1:30 item.
Gotcha.
Unscheduled scheduled communication.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Which one is that? Oh, there's one more that Bruce wants to continue, but we're trying to locate it now.
Okay.
Parks. Item 2D is in David.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda?
So, Council President, can we have a recap?
Okay. Recap. Is that a play on words for cap or what? Listen, so the 945 item on page 8, it's 16-105. It's my understanding that that will be taken off calendar. And then the 130 item, which was an appearance, will be rescheduled according to the speaker's calendar. And 2D, which is on page 6, has been removed from the calendar or the agenda. You guys may have to help me remember that too as we go forward. I have, the screen has punched up. Is that on the agenda or something other than the agenda? Councilmember comments. Okay, good, thank you. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Soria.
I wanted to pull 1I from consent. I would actually want to table it.
That would be on the consent calendar when we call that.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Thank
do
you.
that request at that time. Good, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion on the agenda as amended? To approve it. Motion by member Brandow. I'll second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we have the approval of the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of February 4th?
Changes.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Motion by Councilmember Soria, seconded by Councilmember Olivier. All those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. Councilmember reports and comments.
Council President, if I could jump in.
Yes.
On the 945 agenda item, the joint meeting, I'm told that under the first item, the number 1 comes off, but number 2 stays on. The approved, the DDA stays on.
So we have half a removal?
Yes.
Very good. So that's on page 8. So paragraph 1, numbered 1, will be removed, and then the second paragraph on that same item will remain on calendar. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to council comments and reports. Councilmember Olivier.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'm happy to report that we had a great event here at City Hall. I was joined by Councilmember Soria and about 200 kids, high school students from around the area for the Youth Leadership Conference, and this was done in conjunction with our Parks Department and with FUSD. And this was, they've been in class all year learning the basics of getting ready for a job. And so they learn to show up on time and dress for success, and then they learn about interviewing. And it's a really fantastic program. And the city was very fortunate that we were able to host. The Parks Department dove into it with the event with their usual vigor and their usual energy, and they did a fantastic job. I think we had great speakers. Derek Carr from the Raiders was here in Fresno State, and we had a good time, and it was a great event. This is the kind of thing that, as a community, is so important to do, getting young folks ready to get their first job. So thank you to Manuel for your department's participation. I would say that this was an A+, and for everyone that turned out, and to FUSD and Councilmember Soria as well. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Baines.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. I wanted to just make a comment. I met with some residents of mine yesterday, and I don't see Bruce here, but Renee can hear, and I see Manuel out there from the Parks Department. So, I met with some very nice residents from Southwest Fresno yesterday, and they were talking about how they use Nielsen Park, and they commented on the fact that they don't have, the bathrooms aren't open during the day, and the water fountains aren't on either. And I thought I was pretty disturbed by that, and wanted to make sure that we have some folks to look into that, to make sure that the bathrooms and water fountains are working properly while they're there. So, and we're going to be looking into also getting them some benches, because there's not enough seating out at the park. So I just wanted to make sure that you all heard that, and we'll be following up on that. I see Manuel out there, so just wanted to make sure we follow up on that. Thanks, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a couple of announcements. I also attended the event with my council colleague, Clint Olivier, this past week, and it was a great event. And in addition to that event on the Valentine's, I believe it was right before Valentine's, I was able to spend some time with residents at the Paintbrush Assisted Living Center, which is a new facility on Ashland in my district, where they nominated, or they honored, a king and queen. So it was a very special day for those folks there. I also attended Quigley Park. I want to, again, shout out to our Parks Department, who is always doing a fabulous job in our community, bringing children and their families together. And so that was a great event that I was able to stop by and spend some time with the children at the Quigley Park Valentine's Day Carnival. And then I just wanted to report that on February 29th, which is next Monday, you're all invited. We will be hosting a reception for Fresno Sister City, the City of Chateauroux, France delegation. They will be here Monday. So we're inviting my council colleagues to attend, and other folks that want to come by and meet the delegation would be great. This is the first year. We just a few months ago made the approval, and we will have a ceremony to indicate that we have entered into the Sister City agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to let folks know that there is a Support the Blue 5K and 10K walk and run at Woodward Park this Saturday morning about 8 o'clock. I believe the first wave goes out. I'm going to be joining. I would like to invite anybody in the audience today, or anybody watching, to join us Saturday morning to walk to Support the Blue. And I think they can get a hold of that department through the city's website, I believe. So
That's correct. Actually, I want to join you on that event. And in fact, I think you and I should challenge all our colleagues.
I'm walking. Are you running? I'm walking.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Probably both. But we'll talk about that this afternoon in more detail. And but put it on your calendar and think about it, folks. It's a great event, and it's for a great cause. Okay, screen is clear. For me, there's lots of good things happening in District 4, the heart of Fresno. University campus just opened. It's a 47-unit complex that was a nightmare, I guess would say the best way I could describe it. It was a blighted apartment complex right off of 4th and Barstow by the university. This group put in $2.5 million upgrading the entire place, and it is fantastic. Baja swim-up pool, barbecue outside, beautiful apartments, all the amenities you could want, Wi-Fi. It's perfect for students, so we're encouraging students to come forward and fill that place up real quick. I also had the privilege of attending an open house at the Oasis. The Oasis is a 32-year, been there 32 years, and they provide specialized care for dementia and Alzheimer's patients, and more importantly, the caregivers, because they need a break, they need time away so they can revitalize their life as well as the person they're providing the care for. So the Oasis is another asset to our community. Also, the Chamber Valley Business Awards were held. Stan Oken was the 2016 Leon S. Peters Award winner. It's a great honor. There's very few people that get that honor, and Stan Oken very much deserve that. Also, Valley Lavash Entrepreneur of the Year, Date in a Crate, which is a really fascinating thing. He was the Entrepreneur Year of the Award, and Zola Apparel. This is a high school student who imports fabrics from Africa and has her own design company and is producing, as an entrepreneur, clothing here in Fresno, and it's really taken off. That's a high school student, so it's amazing. A couple more things. We had the grand opening of the Kremen School of Education and Human Development at Fresno State. They have a new family counseling center at 5151 North Palm. Great new facility, wide open, provides local, low-cost counseling while interning the students at Fresno State. So it's a double win for our community. And a thing that's near and dear to me, last Friday, several of us went to the VA hospital, and the local elementary school kids prepared Valentines for the veterans that are in the assisted living portion of the VA hospital. So we had the privilege of going to their rooms and presenting Valentines to them. And it was some of the stories from World War II, Korea. These are amazing men and women that are true freedom fighters and make us a great country that we are and give us the ability to have meetings like this today. So it was very moving for me. Larry Salinas, he is the new person for public relations person for Fresno State, and it's great to have him. And he's part of the bold, I emphasize bold, as Dr. Castro says, mission of Fresno State. And finally, last night we celebrated the 85th anniversary of the Mexican Consulate here in Fresno. It was quite an event and well attended, and it was a lot of fun. Great food, great art. So, with that, I'll close council comments. Clerk Yvonne Spence.
Yes, Council President. I need to add another item that needs to be pulled off today's agenda and continued to March the 17th, and that's the 11 o'clock item, and it's being pulled by District 3.
That's
page 10. Yeah.
That would be on page 10.
Page 10.
11 o'clock item 16-212. Councilmember Brandau, you punched up on this issue?
No, Council President, no, I can't. Oh, thank you, Councilman Baines. I appreciate your support. Council President, so you're talking about adjusting the agenda again, is that right?
Correct.
And what do we have to do that? A vote to, just one more vote?
We've
already voted on it. We've started the day.
Correct. I'd have to rely on City Attorney Doug Sloan.
At this point, normally it would be a vote, but it could be done by consensus too, since this item was intended to be pulled at the beginning of the meeting.
Well,
what is that? I'm sorry, I missed that.
You can either take a vote on it or continue it by consensus.
Okay.
But I'm the second, and I don't want to continue it by consensus. I want to hear that item for sure. Are we talking about, for clarity's sake, are we talking about the
it's the dairy
the
item.
11 a.m. item dealing with producers' dairy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that item, I was one of the original postponers of that item, and now I'd love to hear it today. And so I would not like to change the agenda a second time.
Okay.
If that's the case, somebody would need to make a motion to continue it then.
I'll make the motion to continue it. Yeah. But I also punched up. And council, I'm asking indulgence for one more meeting. I think there's this potential solution here that has not been explored yet. And I would ask you all to allow that to play itself out. To continue to one more meeting. There's something I would like to talk to specifically about producers that I have not had an opportunity to yet. I think that it merits one more meeting. I don't think that a couple of more weeks is going to destroy either the business or this project.
That next up is Steve, Member Brandow.
So you guys are wanting, so you've made a motion and a second to change the agenda and take this item off the agenda. So now I want to talk about the item. So this was about a month ago. We had a list of buildings in the city of Fresno that were we were being looked at to consider.
Point of order, Council President. I don't think we can discuss the item. We can discuss the continuance, but not the actual merit of the item.
Right, you can discuss it to the extent that it pertaining to the merits of the continuance.
Yeah.
But it's not the item itself, no.
He's getting into some background. I think we need to limit it to just the continuance.
Well, I need to convince 3 other people to help me keep this item on the agenda. So I have to use some words to do that.
I think it's okay to talk about it as we've been directed by our city attorney, as long as it's on the merits of continuing or not continuing.
Okay, we've given this item extra time, and there's a very important business to the city of Fresno that wants us to move on. I'm going to be supporting that we hear the item today and give them a chance so that we can move forward on this item. So I would not be supporting the changing the agenda to continue this item.
And thank you for that, Councilmember Brandow. And just as there are important businesses that would like to see this resolved, there are important community members that are trying to work with seeing it resolved as well. So I don't think that the community members that are important are any less important than the business. And so I think it's important upon us to figure out a way to bridge these gaps when opportunity exists.
Next up on the screen is Councilmember Brand.
I share the same sentiments as Councilman Brandow. If we're going to hear it, let's just listen to what's out there, and we can then make a decision whether to continue it if the justification is sufficient to continue the item. So I'd like to hear it, and I'm open to see what the reason is and discuss it.
So you're supporting hearing it, but reserving a continuance after we discussed it in detail? Okay, and then Councilmember Soria.
I just want to say that in support of the continuance, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to some degree we had a hearing on this previously, as we are told by our council colleague that represents that area and represents the constituents. He represents that business in his district. He wants a few more weeks to resolve any outstanding issues. I think, yes, we want to support business and support them moving forward, but I think at the same time we cannot ignore that there are concerns brought up by the community that need to be addressed. It went through also the Tower District Design Review Committee, and there were valid issues that were brought up, so I think that it merits a few more weeks so that my council colleague has the opportunity to bring forward the different stakeholders that are being impacted by the proposed changes.
Okay, the screen is clear. So I think what it boils down to is there's a motion to continue, which we'll have to vote on first, and that if the motion prevails, it will be continued. If it does not prevail, we'll hear the matter at 11 o'clock, and we can reconsider a continuance at the end of the 11 o'clock hearing. So with that in mind, those that favor the continuance, please indicate by aye.
You should probably vote electronically.
Okay, you want to vote electronically? Those who support the continuance, yes. Those who want to hear at 11 o'clock, vote no. The matter will be heard at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Now, We are at the consent calendar phase. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion from the consent calendar? If so, we would set that over to 1:30 for discussions. So is there anyone on the dais here that would like to pull a consent item? Councilmember Soria.
I'd like to table 1I or pull it.
That's page 4-1I.
Can we just put it over?
Anything else from the dais? Seeing none, we'll take this out to the public. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on any matter or item?
I just want to make it clear, I want to take it off the agenda, off the consent, off the agenda.
Well, Council, City Attorney, what's the status?
Council President, I think when Councilmember Soria mentioned that when the agenda was being considered, she said pull it from the agenda, not pull it for discussion.
Okay. All right, then we can pull that from the agenda. Consent calendar. Okay, anyone in the public like to discuss any of the items that are on the consent calendar? Please come up and give us your name and address and your opinions. Seeing none, motion on the balance of the consent calendar? Motion to approve? Motion by Member Brandow, second by Member Soria. All those in favor indicate aye. Those opposed? Passes 6-0 with Councilmember Baines absent. Okay, next for General Administration. This is item 2A. Rate adjustments for commercial solid waste franchise services. And staff presentation. We're ready to proceed. Good morning.
Good morning. The item before you, Council, is for the annual rate adjustment for the commercial solid waste franchise. This is an annual adjustment. The paperwork was submitted by both franchise haulers at the end of November, and we went through kind of an exhaustive study of those numbers, and then we had an outside consultant do the same, and we reached the numbers that you're seeing in this report. So I have the consultant available for questions as well if you'd like. This is an annual report. It will be every year, and it's a CPI adjustment. And I'm here for questions, so is the consultant.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on item 2A? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here. The screen is clear. Is there a motion to approve this matter? I'll move to approve. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Olivier. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed with an A. Passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 2B, as in boy. Actions pertaining to revising the zoning designation for a downtown area. This is Darm. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Council President, members of the council. I'm Dan Zach with the Development and Resource Management Department. I'm going to raise this. So we're here today to recommend a minor amendment to the zoning designation translation table. And what that does is applies on a temporary basis development standards from the new development code to areas that still have their old zoning designations. For most of the city, this is no longer going to be applicable. The zoning map update that you all adopted a few weeks ago will take effect on March 7th, and the translation table won't be effective. The exception is the downtown area, and the downtown area will not be rezoned until the downtown development code is brought to you this summer. So this translation table will live on for several more months during that intervening period. As we've been using the table for the past couple of months, we've learned that it's working pretty well, but there are a few zones that we need to fine tune a little bit in order to be a little bit more consistent with the general plan and to make projects more viable that fit in with those policies. And so we propose revising the way districts R3, C6, and CM are translated into the new development code for that temporary period. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from our community that would like to comment on this particular item? Please come forward. Oh, no takers. Then we'll bring it to the dais. The screen is clear. Excuse me. Councilmember Quintero.
Dan, I just have a few questions. Can you tell me again what the boundary lines are? Would encompass that downtown area?
The boundaries are a little bit complex, but it's this area, if you remember from the general plan,
Yes.
it's the donut hole. So roughly it is Highway 180 from the 99 interchange out to Chestnut Avenue, and then it proceeds down and it zigzags a bit southwesterly until it gets to Church Avenue. And then it heads north on Thorne, goes around Chandler Airport, and then there's a tentacle here, or a peninsula that comes up and encompasses the Jane Addams area around Roding Park. So it is the areas that are covered by the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan that had been worked on for several years. So it's part of Southwest, part of Southeast, Jane Addams, and Lowell, Jefferson, downtown, those areas.
Okay, then that encompasses a lot of the older neighborhoods as
Definitely.
well. Okay, have you done anything or made any revisions, or do we need revisions for, let's say, an investor buys a piece of property in a neighborhood, has an existing older home, and wishes to build maybe some apartments, 4, 6 units, something small, depending on the lot size and what they can do there, and they would need to build up. What is there anything in this new code that says you can only go so high? Because the concern is I'm starting to see folks that are putting in applications to do an apartment in the back on top of the garage or that type of thing. What's looking down on the neighbors' backyards?
So most of the areas within this downtown planning area that are covered by this translation table and that will ultimately get rezoned with the downtown code. Most of the residential areas are presently zoned R1. And so R1 translates on this table to RS4, which is a new zone. And so any development that came in now in those areas would have to follow the regulations in RS4. And RS4 actually has the same height limit as the old zoning had for those areas, 35 feet. And it adds new provisions to require that if there was, say, an accessory unit above a garage, windows have to be oriented away from neighboring properties to help with privacy. So there's actually a little bit better protections for those kinds of cases now under the new code and under this table than there were in the past. So that was one of the improvements that came in with the new code.
Okay. So you've got that covered then pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Councilmember Soria.
Two things. So just if you could go over kind of the time frame for the process in terms of rezoning that downtown area. What are you guys looking at, timeline?
So right now, it's really being driven by the update to the environmental impact report. So we are updating all of it to reflect various things that have gone on in the past 3 years or so since the document was primarily written. And we expect that the plans, the Downtown Neighborhood Community Plan, the Fulton Corridor Specific Plan, the Downtown Development Code, and that EIR will all be ready. We're targeting July right now. And so that's what we're shooting for. They'll all be able to come at once, including the new zoning map update for that area, so there won't be a further transitional period like there was with the citywide code, so that it'll all be able to be adopted at once.
And then the last thing, in terms of noticing, because I know that I raised some issues during the whole development code and the rezoning of the rest of the city, I'd like to see, and I would really highly encourage you guys to make sure that the notification also goes out in Spanish, or you guys use Spanish media and not just print it in the Fresno Bee and put that little line that says if you need Spanish to contact. So I would really encourage you guys to look at the other media outlets to make sure that people receive proper notice in terms of the rezoning.
Right, and we got that message loud and clear, and we're working that into our new standard procedures.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
With that, do we have a motion to approve this matter? Motion by Councilmember Baines, second. I'll second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next is 2C, actions pertaining to Alma and Roy Park at 41 on the North Corridor Coalition. Item 2C, page 5. This is Manager's Office. And Councilmember Baines.
So I'll tee it up, and then certainly Councilmember Baines can add anything I didn't capture in my comments. Council, the item before you today is to approve the donation of a small park in Southwest Fresno that was developed by a community group who identified a need in their neighborhood. They went out and took the steps needed to generate the revenue, the funds needed to acquire the property, to design a park, and then actually build the park. They have met with us on a number of occasions. We provide them some technical input as to what should go into the park, but also our concern is the cost of having to maintain that asset once it is transferred to us. So they went out into the community and received a commitment from Cargill Fresno to fund the ongoing cost of the park for at least 3 years. I'm pretty confident that Cargill will continue that relationship. So you have two items in front of you today. One is to accept the gift of a value of at least $500,000, if not more. And secondly, the Adopt a Park agreement with Fresno, with Cargill Fresno, that'll fund the ongoing maintenance of the park for a 3-year period.
Thank you very much.
And might I add a couple words, Council President?
Absolutely, Council.
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to echo some of the comments of City Manager Bruce Rudd. The community group that pulled together to do this is extraordinary. In a day and age where a lot of people talk a lot about issues, and they write us letters and send us emails and call us, this group saw a need, and they went to ground, literally, and did all of the footwork to make something happen. And it's just an extraordinary group of individuals. I know all of them aren't here, unfortunately, and I don't want to start calling out names and leaving out people, but I know it was the combination between our community groups, Habitat for Humanity, the 41 and North Coalition, the Orange Cove School District, I believe, Cargill Beef, the Mariella Brown Center. It just really was a full-scale commitment by multiple people and multiple entities in the community to get something done and accomplished. So I can't tell you how proud I am that they're in my district, that this happened. I take a lot of pride and ownership in that, but just an extraordinary job by the community working together, actually getting something done. So I'm going to make the motion that we approve. I know we haven't gone to the public, but I want to make the motion that we approve the item.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's take this out to the community. Anyone in our community who'd like to speak on this particular issue, please come forward. Okay, back to the dais. Councilmember Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. I would just like to say that this is fantastic. It's really a lot of hard work that's very appreciated for all of our city. Even North Fresno, we love it when we add green space to our city. It makes all of our lives better. And to see this adoption and somebody willing to step up and adopt a park is just a fantastic idea and opportunity for our community. And I want to thank the Cargill Group and the others that were heavily involved in making this happen, and Councilman Baines. And I would like to hopefully inspire other businesses and other community groups to think about this throughout the city. So thank you very much. I'm glad to support that this morning.
Very good. And likewise, the screen is clear, so it's fantastic. This is just an example of how great Fresno is and can be with efforts by several different entities coming together and coming up with a solution like this. This is superb, fantastic. So congratulations. We have a motion by Member Bain, seconded by Member Brandel. All those in favor? We can do an electronic vote, sir. Yes to support, and no if you're opposed.
And I hope my friend back there takes a picture of the vote. Thank you.
We're not quite. Yeah, our buttons are. Here we go. And the vote is. Drum roll, please. Okay. Well. Okay, well, here we go. Hit your buttons, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Thank you all very much. Next is item 2D, actions pertaining to an award of a construction contract for the 2D, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. 2E, actions pertaining to Vinland Splash Park play area in District 4. This is sponsored by Public Works and Parks. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Manuel Molinero, the director of the Fresno Parks Department, and I'm here today recommending that the City Council adopt a finding of categorical exemption for Vinland Park Splash Play Area project per determination pursuant to Section 15303E of the CEQA guidelines, and award a construction contract to American Construction Engineers of Tojas, California, in the amount of $334,950 as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the Public Works Director to sign the contract on behalf of the city. This project has been under construction. Has been in the planning stages for well over a year now. We are now prepared. If the contract is awarded, we are now prepared to see the project move ahead. And I'm hoping that the splash pad would be completed and ready for children to use in this coming September. The project is an element that would really enhance the park and also provide a wonderful cooling opportunity for many youngsters that live in our community. This would be an additional splash pad to complement the park system and the number of areas that we are now developing so that we can meet the needs of young children and their parents, so that the kids can have an opportunity to at least cool off and have an opportunity to play in the water during the coming summer. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer it.
Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. I'm not done yet, so we're going to take it out to the community first. So anyone in the community would like to come forward and comment on the Vinland Splash Park? Seeing none, bring it up here. And it's my district, so I'm very, very proud of this. And there's a lot of hard work, Manuel. You and your team put countless hours into this, and it's well designed. We're going to do the restroom renovation, some lighting. This is a rebirth of this particular park. And it's called Vinland Park because it's right next door, right behind Vinland Elementary School, well attended, so we'll have hundreds of kids there literally every day. And I'm just really thrilled about this. This is just the best thing that could happen in my district, and it's probably one of the most frequently used parks. And that would include Fresno State. The rugby team uses that as a practice field. We've got soccer from the community, tennis, volleyball, barbecues, the tot lot. It's just well used, and this will be a great amenity to that area. So I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. And as you did say, although it's not part of this construction project, there are going to be a number of other projects that are going to coincide at the same time that this is going in, such as the refurbishment of the restroom and refurbishment of the playfield courts over there. So by the time we get ready to dedicate this splash pad, I think the community is going to be very pleasantly surprised to see the new renaissance that's taking place in Vinland Park.
Fantastic. Councilmember Baines.
And I just wanted to join with my colleague in acknowledging Manuel and all the hard work you and your staff did, and certainly my friend Council President Capriolio. I used to live next door to that park. My daughter went to Vinland Elementary, so I actually know, in a kind of a granular level, what this amenity is going to mean to that park, and it's a big deal and great work. They deserve it there. It's going to fit very nicely so it's a bustling, booming park. There's a lot of activity there, so this is going to fit very nicely in the environment there. So congratulations. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Brandau.
And I'm happy to second your motion if you haven't made one.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve.
And I'm happy to second.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Baines, for that second. Councilmember Brandau.
Thank you, Council President Capriolio, and congratulations. I know this has been in your heart for a long time. So that's really cool. Manuel, last year we did an overhaul of the community center in Highway City.
Yes.
You're doing. I really appreciate your vision for our parks and our city, and getting some of these things added back that we lost during the recession. So I'll be very supportive. Just like the last item, it's fantastic that we're making some great improvements on our parks and green space and activities.
Well, thank you,
Thank
Councilman. And I'd also like to make mention of the fact that we're very fortunate at Highway City to have an outstanding person like Manuel Hernandez actually heading up our science programs. I mean, he's very unique, and it's very difficult to find people that have that kind of passion that can inspire kids.
Amen.
Councilmember Soria.
I also just wanted to echo all the support for this project. I know I missed the last vote, so I'm also very supportive of what you guys are doing in District 3, just for the record. But I am excited to see, because I know that we went through the budget process, and this is something that we saw through the budget, so it's really nice to see now, 6 months later, that we're going into awarding our construction contract. So it's very exciting to see what is happening with parks, and I'm encouraged. I am a strong advocate of parks and everything that you guys do. I think that it's really important for quality of life here in the city of Fresno, and just good job on that, and I look forward to seeing the park when it's all done. Thank you.
I can guarantee we'll have a fantastic celebration on that occasion in September. Thank you for your support. I'm just looking at my screen, which all of you folks see above us, and it's just, I could sit here and look at that all day. That's amazing. It's going to be fantastic. Okay, the screen is clear. A motion by Member Capriolio, President Capriolio, seconded by Member Baines. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you all very, very much for the encouragement. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you.
Moving to our next item, it would be 2G, actions pertaining to the Fresno County Measure C Transit. That was removed? Oh. Got to get the right calendar here. 2F was removed. Oh, I don't know. Okay. We're at 2F, workshop. That's at, well, mine says page 6. You guys have page 7? Leadership. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, we still have a workshop, and good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council. Joe Trujillo, Housing Division Manager, Development and Resource Management Department. In your packet is a printout of the second quarter Housing Division report. The report mirrored the format of the first quarter report, but includes several updates, and I would like to highlight a couple of those items and ask that if you have any suggestions or recommendations for the third quarter report, please let me know. The housing rehabilitation programs range from extensive home rehabilitation, senior paint, and repairs for code violations. These programs are both handled through the city as well as contracted out. The division is making steady progress and anticipates meeting the goals outlined in the packet by the end of the year. The one exception is the Targeted Area Distress Funds. There was an effort to outsource this program. However, the majority of those funds will be coming back to the city. These funds are not in jeopardy of expiring. We are in the process of hiring an additional rehab specialist and identifying potential properties to ensure that the funds for this program are quickly put to use and used effectively. As many of you are already aware, we are currently in the community outreach phase of the Annual Action Plan, a document that HUD requires we complete each year. The goal is to have the Annual Action Plan to Council for consideration in late April. On February 17th, HUD announced this next year's allocation of funding. We are on track to have funding recommendations prepared for Council's consideration and contracts to be executed for a start date of July 1st, 2016. On a related item, but not part of the quarterly update, the Housing Division coordinated the recent Notice of Funding Availability for outreach and assessment of homeless individuals. I am pleased to report that on Monday we received one comprehensive and coordinated proposal from several stakeholders. We are currently evaluating the proposal to ensure that the proposal is responsive and anticipate having that before Council from next month for consideration. In closing, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge a couple of members of the Housing Division, Mr. John Giannetta and Mr. Rick Helm, for their efforts and dedication in the Let Paid program that was recently and successfully closed out. I would also like to advise you that we had an unexpected vacancy with the project manager for homeless services, but I'm pleased to report that we have found a replacement, and Mr. Danny Casey will be joining the team to fill that role on March 7th. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Bring it up here, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Jose, for that brief presentation. I do have a couple questions regarding some of the programs and looking at your guys' annual goal table. If we look at the senior paying program, I know you guys have a goal of 20. You guys have completed 6. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry. That is incorrect. For the senior paint, our goal for the Annual Action Plan goal was 20. The projects we have committed to date are 11. We have during the second quarter we completed 6. So again, year to date we've completed 6. So out of those 11 that we actually have under contract ready to go, again we still have to complete 5 of those.
So 5 already in the works? 11 are in the works and then 5 still?
Well, out of the total of 11 that we've certified, 6 of those have already been completed. So we still have 5 of those to complete, but again, we still have slots for senior paint. And we still are working through a list that was built over a number of years. We probably have about 15 people on that list that we still have to work through.
And so you guys still have to commit another 5? Is that what I'm hearing? If we have a goal of 20?
We still have. We have 2 applications that we're actually working on now that were referrals from the neighborhood revitalization team, but then those have not been certified yet. We're still working through the process of certifying those homes.
And so you have about 3 months for the fiscal year to end. You're going to be able to complete all of those, meet the goal?
That is the goal, and that is drive. Again, the city programs are working very well right now. Again, there is no lack of clients out there or citizens to assist. The holdup with the senior paint is that we had this existing list prior to last year. So in order to be fair to those citizens, we wanted to make sure that we offered them an opportunity. As I already stated, we have about 10, 15 people to still work through that old list. So once we work through that list, and we're getting a variety of reasons why they're not interested anymore, we put the feeler out to see who exactly might want to take advantage of it that are on those lists. But again, lack of response for they're not interested, they no longer qualify.
So can we add more people to the list? Because I know in the past, I believe my office has tried, but you guys had mentioned that the list is pretty long.
No, and at this time, as a matter of fact, I believe we actually did accept somebody from District 1 here recently.
Okay.
She is towards the bottom of that list, but she is on the list.
Okay, perfect. And for purposes of knowing where these projects are happening, could you guys provide us with where in the districts these projects are located? I'd like to see kind of where the resources, a map And I think not only for the senior paint, but also for the homeowner rehab program and the target area rehabilitation. So I think it'd be nice to see where the resources are going, who's benefiting from the program in terms of geographically in our city. I think that for me will be important.
No, and we actually do. We do track all of the rehabilitation programs. We do track them by council district now, so we do have that information readily available.
I just had a question regarding also the park, I think Roy and Alme Park. In terms of the neighborhood street improvements, what funds did we utilize for those?
Roy and Alme CDBG funds.
CDBG. It wasn't, I don't think it was too clear. Okay. On the senior meals plan or the program, how many sites do we have within the city? Because I think we had kind of limited sites.
You know, I would have to check with Parks, and again, I want to say 5, but I can't be sure of that, and I would definitely check with them first.
If you can get that information,
Sure.
that would be great as well. I think those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. Member Quintero?
Morning, George.
Morning, sir.
Yeah. I heard you mention a couple folks that have done a lot of work in your department there, but I got to tell you that a lot of times when the times were kind of thin, Corinna Nunez was a valuable source for me to bring me up to date on some of the programs, so I wanted to mention her as well. You know, what we used to receive in the past, and it was like every 6 months, council members would receive a list of the applications of the folks that applied for the programs, and basically what it was who was next on the list. You know, we didn't need to see the whole thing, but it just kind of was a schedule, more or less, for us to kind of be aware of where the different house paintings were going on. And at that time, I guess it was, I'm sure I remember there was some rehab programs that we had. And then Housing Authority got a hold of some money too, and they were doing some painting and rehab. And so what we were able to do is to refer the the constituents that called for those types of services. We were able to refer them to Housing Authority. We didn't, as council members, we didn't have that good of a handle on Housing Authority because they're kind of a whole separate deal. But it was really helpful to see what homes were getting painted, and the also if you said that the list was about 15 years old that you have?
No, the list itself for the seniors paint specifically was about 3 years old. So again, there were a number of names on there that we wanted to give them an opportunity first before we opened it up. But again, for this year, we have a few slots.
Shoot,
left.
if they're that old, some of them seniors passed away probably, or got moved on to assisted living or something.
We have found that, sir.
Shouldn't be that hard to update it, I would think, anyway. But there's just and also besides is you're just focusing or talking about the paint program, because when we had more monies, we were able to do some of the weatherization projects went into some of those senior homes, not just the airport area. But we were able to do some of that, fix the railings on some of the older homes, roofs, and ramps have really become a big thing for the folks that are wheelchair bound. And their homes being older, they got stair steps from, so I don't know how much money you're going to have available.
Well, I think we are in understanding that the targeted area distress money that's going to be coming back to the city, It will still be used in the targeted areas, so again, we're going to be using the money in the same manner. But those are $15,000 grants, so there'll be limitations to what we can do. We might be able to do a roof, but we won't be able to do paint and windows. We might be able to do paint and windows in a porch, but we may not be able to do a roof.
Yeah,
but
it's
again,
just a basic
that's what we're
paint job,
identifying.
very basic, but improves the neighborhood. It's real helpful, and not only the homeowner, but the neighborhood. You know.
And I think the first part of your request was that if we could provide the council offices with a list of ongoing projects in their district, not just the projects that are identified.
And that may be kind of difficult to keep up. So I mean, like every 6 months wouldn't be bad instead of, you know.
Yes, sir. I think we
don't
do
mind. And then also the targeted areas that you have, are those included in our information?
The targeted areas, we can provide you with a map of the targeted areas.
I'd like that as well. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Member Brandau.
Thank you. Great presentation, Joe. But I would, and mine's really quick, I'd like to join Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Quintero, and I would love to see a map of where the work's being done. That stuff, to me, is inspiring, just to see them. And so, in the future, I'd love to get a map. And then also, I would like to request a private meeting with you, a personal meeting in the days ahead. So let's put that on our calendar, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. That concludes the workshop. Before we move on to item 2G, in my enthusiasm over Vinland Park, I forgot to thank Mayor Swearingen and her administration, and particularly City Manager Rudd, who's diligently working over another project right now. But I really appreciate all their help. And Renee, would you please pass that on to everybody? It's a great team effort, and I have so much gratitude for all of you. So thank you. Next is item 2G, actions pertaining to the Fresno County Measure C Transit Oriented Development Program, aka TOD. This is sponsored by Development and Resource Management Department. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Lupe Perez, Project Manager with Development and Resource Management Department. The item before you pertains to the Fresno County Measure C Transit-Oriented Development TOD program. As noted in your staff report, staff is requesting that you consider the submittal of 6 new multi-year grant applications for Measure C TOD funds, as was done in previous years, to support the projects being pursued by various developers. The city will also again be submitting a multi-year application for the Fulton Reconstruction Project that was previously approved by Council in February 27th of 2014. Staff is also recommending that you allow us to amend the Measure C TOD funding agreement that would allow for the reallocation of unencumbered funds that were previously awarded to be used to help fund these 6 new projects. The projects are the South Stadium Project, the LEAD, former Met Block, the Fulton Street Reconstruction Project, the H Street Project, and Blackstone and Clinton Project, and Fancher Creek Transit Station. So this completes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, and Andy Benelli is here to answer any technical questions.
Thank you. You're covering a lot of area with the TOD. Yes. Very good. Thank you. We'll take this out to our community. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and comment on this item? Please come forward. This is on the, again, 2G, page 7, the TOD information. Would you please indicate your name and address for the record?
Thank you. Mr. President, Jeff Roberts on behalf of Granville Homes. Our business address is 1396 West Herndon in the city of Fresno. Appreciate the opportunity to make a few brief comments here today regarding the TOD program Cycle 5, as it is, the 2016 fund. We appreciate the opportunity. We have spoken and participated with city staff and the COG staff over the last 5-year period, or this would be our 5th year, and we appreciate the support for past projects and for funding we received through the from COG through the city's efforts, and we do appreciate that. I brought along a picture today, and we're pretty proud of our most current project. It's called the LEAD. It's an 85-unit project that is nearing completion. It was a multi-year funded project. It is on your list today, and we would certainly support and request that you support that, the LEAD project as a component of the TOD formula that's going over to COG. And if you can put the overhead on, I think they could see a picture of this. This was taken a couple weeks ago and is the first portion of the project that is now open and actually being rented. A couple other comments. Granville Homes is an experienced TOD developer. We've been doing TOD work in downtown for about the last 10 years. And we do appreciate the city's efforts on this LEAD project and other projects that we've worked on as far back as 10 or 12, or about 10 years ago. When the opportunity to submit applications comes up, and it's an annual event, we have participated with a variety of projects. This last cycle, this 2016 cycle, we put in 2 requests. It's not going to work, and I'm going to show you. This is the LEAD project.
There you go.
This works at the Planning Commission sometimes, so that's the LEAD project.
You might want to show the audience, too. You might want to show the audience. That's a great project.
That's the 85-unit LEAD project. Thank you. So when the opportunity came up to submit, we filed 2 requests, one for the LEAD and one for another project at the corner of Clinton and Blackstone. And that's a new project, which will be about 150 units, mixed use, and ties in with the City College neighborhood. And we believe it will be a very transitional project for that area, and that area does need an awful lot of assistance right now. So it's our hope that with some support from the city, with support from COG, this catalyst-type project can get underway, the one at Clinton and Blackstone. We were disappointed to learn last week, Friday, when the staff report came out, we learned for the first time we were not on the list for this year. And so we have come up with what we think is a viable way of asking the city, not any other private developer, but the city, to maybe switch places with us in line for the reimbursement. And we've provided that to you, to the clerk, to the city, and we're hopeful that you can take a look at that as an option. It's a modification to the staff recommendation, and that's something we hope that you will consider. The council is certainly aware of the value of public-private partnerships, and we've been working together for the last almost decade on these TOD projects, and we're certainly hopeful that the council will consider this modification as a component of the package that goes over to COG. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Any other member of the community wish to come forward and comment on this item? Please step forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of that. Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. I'm certainly happy at some of the projects that we're recommending in this, and I see some of the developers we have back there that are putting together the South Stadium project, which I believe is going to be fantastic. I don't want to sound like Donald Trump, fantastic, but anyhow, it's going to be a great project, well needed, a catalyst project for what's going on in downtown, a demonstration project for downtown and the city, and I'm happy to make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Member Brand.
Just a question to the city manager. On the TOD funds, if we move them away from the Fulton Mall, is that part of the gap on the construction? So in other words, would that, if we did that, would the general fund then be liable?
Yes, in addition, so yes. The funding is part of the 1.8 that we've been talking about, so it's part of the funding for the program. Mm-hmm. In addition, you hopefully are going to be approving a DD&A later on the agenda which one of the components is a time period in which this project, the South Stadium, will go forward. And you will hear from the developers that if the Fulton project is delayed because of a lack of funding, one was the issue with the resolution that the council adopted in which there would be no general fund dollars used. The 1.8 was assumed as part of the budget that this council approved. So what the representative from the developer is asking is for you now to shift your position and modify your resolution and to move their project, which is yet to be CEQA approved, entitled, or anything else, ahead of a project that we're going to break ground on in about a week.
So there's no way to get both projects. Somebody's got to lose.
No, and we are going to need to work with most, if not all, the developers who are in this room to ensure that as we go forward, the Measure C TOD program is not somewhat or somehow altered in the future to diminish the impacts that it was originally intended to create, which is reinvestment and redevelopment along high-capacity transit corridors. I can tell you there are some other cities that are interested in trying to get their allocation of these dollars, and so my concern is going forward that we're going to have to work hard to get the next 2-3 years of funding. So to move Fulton into those second, third years is risky at best.
But in the immediate future, it has an impact on the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. Which we have
Absolutely.
the amendment that says that we can't use the general fund. Correct. So okay. And so in the future we have it's problematic as far as other cities competing for this fund, but the criteria is structured that it's primarily urban. So Sanger, Reedley, those guys are not likely to have those criteria. Is that subject to a vote in Congress?
Unless somebody changes the rules.
Okay. I mean, I think these are good projects, but I'm hoping too that I'm just thinking of the Nordstrom's deal, if it ever came through, that would generate like $750,000 in sales tax, which is the money going to Measure C, which hopefully down the road, those kind of economic expansion would greatly add to these types of funds so we could have more money. That's the problem, we have enough money to cover all the projects. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. I need a second. Second by Councilmember Story, thank you. And now we're up to Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. No, I had a chance to talk with Mr. Roberts this week about this issue, and I think that it's a very worthy goal that they're trying to do. I mean, talking about Blackstone and Clinton, this has been an intersection that we've all heard about over and over on the radio and in the newspaper because of the blighted situation that exists there, and Granville's done an excellent job in stepping up to actually purchase that property and want to get started on a project there. And so that's something that I fully endorse. It's something that I support. I want to see get done as quickly as possible. Is there any way is there any other avenue that and I guess the question is for city manager, any other avenue that we could pursue for them to work with them to get them to the point where we can get them TOD money, because it's a TOD project. It's right along the BRT route that they're interested in doing. And so, is there anything we can do to help effort that or make it happen quicker for them?
Yes, and we have. We have included them in the second and third round of funding going forward. And what I'm going to need is Granville, and I'm going to need Mr. Nguyen, and I'm going to need Ed Cashin and other developers to be with me at the Council of Governments arguing why they should not change the rules so that these projects, because I was one of the, I don't want to say founding fathers, but I was very intimately involved in the writing of the Measure C program. I know what the intent of these dollars were, and we're seeing that now. A lot of people at the time scoffed, oh, no one's going to build development or invest along a transit corridor. No one's going to do BRT. And I'm pleased to see that Granville's investing along the BRT corridor, because at one time they weren't necessarily supportive of the whole project, BRT in particular. So my point is as we go forward, we have put together a plan that we believe addresses their need, the timing of their need, because they're still probably a year or two out before they're even going to be ready to build. And we're going to need their support going forward to ensure that their funding, as well as funding for these other projects, is going to be available when it's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Asimi, I had a question for you on fee waivers for projects.
Yes, Council President, Darius Asimi with Granville Homes. I guess we've been in conversation with the city manager this week about fee waivers on Resolution 1. So if impact fee what happens to the part of impact fee waivers? I guess that's the item in front of you, Resolution number 1.
Well, it depends on what you build, but if you're building a mixed use, there's the commercial program that we're waiving fees. We've also have a program, essentially anything along a BRT or downtown is no longer having to pay impact fees.
Does the program change based on this resolution, or does it stay the way it is?
No, the program changed with a couple of the acts approved by council in the last, 60 days, 90 days.
So do downtown end
Yes,
up...
downtown and along the BRT corridors.
So if you're, so those impact fee waivers don't change for projects, or do they with this resolution this morning?
This resolution has nothing to do with impact fee.
Deferral of impact.
This would now allow us to add money to the project and not having to use these dollars as in the past to cover impact fees. Now this will be used to enhance the viability of the project because the impact fees are going to be waived anyway.
Okay, so then the impact fees don't get waived.
Impact fees
will get waived for projects along the BRT and down. That program is not going away or altering. Is that correct?
We actually, Clint and I worked on this a few months ago where we created a impact waiver fee program, and so that should be going on. We said minimum a year, and then we would bring it back to council after we take a look at what were the benefits from it. So projects like the one that you're proposing could benefit from the program. It's not going anywhere.
But I guess the current program changes the impact for mixed use?
Yes,
or not?
as the council member has pointed out, this council, in conjunction with the mayor, have adopted new impact fee waiver program. In other words, if you have a project in downtown and or along the BRT corridor, you don't have to pay impact fees for a year. If you get a project up, anything that comes to the table in the way of Measure C TOD will be in addition to that.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
So assume that in your pro forma, if and when I ever see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Member Soria?
That was what I just want to make sure that we clarified, that the impact waiver fee program will continue for the year.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Brown.
It's been about a year, in the last year, doing an act that'll come before the council next month, but the answer to Mr. Asimi's deal, the Commercial Build Act, basically, if you had a building before, you paid the impact fees before, you don't pay it again. The Economically Disadvantaged Neighborhood Act, which is passed about the same time, defines by census tract, poverty level, within a half-mile transit corridors, also covers the fee waiver. What I'm doing will actually, I won't go into it now, will actually expand that to provide more financial incentives for those types of developments.
Thank you. Member Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, is there a way, so it sounds to me like this round of TOD is spoken for, but we have another fantastic project. Is there a way of the City of Fresno writing a letter on behalf of this project on Clinton and Blackstone of support for the following round or whenever that money gets applied for?
That's why we're going to be submitting a 3-year proposal.
Okay.
So by the fact that we're submitting a 3-year proposal, and cross our fingers somebody doesn't derail that, the COG, we are by de facto supporting that project in year 2. And to some extent, year 3, I believe.
Well, after listening to Councilman Olivier in District 7, so that project has our support. Now, I would just like to make that very clear. If they're not going in this round, that they're at a priority level in the next round.
They are.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Bain, seconded by Member Soria. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We're going to go to the 9:45 timed item. Joint meeting successor agency. And here comes Marlene. Great to see you. This is on page 8 of your agenda. Remembering that the first paragraph was taken off calendar, so we'll do the second paragraph. And you're up.
Good morning.
Morning.
This morning, Danielle Bergstrom is going to present your first item. She's worked very hard on this proposal, and so she's pleased to share it with you.
Good morning, Council President Capriolio, council
Good morning.
members.
I love that picture, folks. That's been the splash part. I think it could stay up all day. I'm so happy about that.
I just wanted to flag a few changes in the record before I go ahead with my presentation. I know that Madam Clerk has already raised the fact that we're not working on item 1 of the action. We're just focusing on item 2, which is the development and disposition agreement. The second change that I wanted to flag for you is on page 11 of the development and disposition agreement that I just handed out to you right now, that you have copies of. It's in section 2.9 on page 11, under the section that says sale as is, no warranties. In that section, there should be a line added to the first part of that section which says subject to the terms and conditions contained herein. And then at the end of that section, section 2.9, it should say, notwithstanding the foregoing, city or its contractors will remediate the presence of hazardous materials caused by the contractor's use of the parking lot at Inyo and Fulton pursuant to section 2.1.3.2. Great. Okay. So the city and the successor agency have had a joint interest in developing the properties in the general area that is increasingly becoming known as the South Stadium District of downtown for quite some time. In April of 2014, a joint RFP was issued by both agencies to solicit proposals containing several parcels located in the general vicinity of Fulton and Inyo Streets downtown. In October of 2014, the Noy and Fraser team was selected to proceed with the city and the successor agency in entering into an exclusive negotiating agreement that would negotiate a few things, and that was in October of 2014. The first is to develop an ideal phasing plan for the project. The second was to identify an optimal financing strategy, and the third was to negotiate the terms of a development and disposition agreement, which is now being brought before you today. That was approved in October of 2014. After the ENA was executed, the city and the developers and the successor agency have been working together to really focus on phase 1 of the project and identify the optimal financing strategy. We have since done that. The developer has secured a conditional use permit for that first phase, which includes 50 to 51 units of residential units, 20% of which are affordable to households making 50% of area median income, and that's over 10,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. It's a mixed-use project. The developer has secured a conditional use permit. The 5-phase project has been environmentally cleared, and the development and disposition agreement is really necessary to be adopted in order to secure the last piece of the financing for this project, which is some state funds from the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Grant Program out of the California Strategic Growth Council. There's a few deal points that I wanted to just lay in front of you today. The first is that the transfer of land from the city and the housing successor to the developer will not occur, and the close of escrow is really contingent upon a few things. The first is that the developers have to secure all of their financing before the close of escrow, which means that the state money in particular is really the last piece of the puzzle. The developers have 2 rounds of this funding to go through before our exclusive development agreement with them clocks out. So that gives them until the end of December 2017 to secure that financing before we move on. The last deal point that I wanted to highlight is that the developers also have an exclusive negotiating agreement with the city for the retail portion of the Spiral parking garage, which is also known as Phase 2 of the project. They're working on a public market for that piece. They have until the end of this calendar year in 2016 to negotiate amenable lease terms for that space. The developer is here in the audience, Mehmet Noyan and Terrence Frazier. Marlene, of course, is up here on the dais to answer any questions, and I know Mehmet would like to come up and speak to you about the project as well.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the community that would like to come forward and discuss this project? Terrence, Mehmet, you guys want to say a word or two? Here comes my favorite baseball manager. Go Grizzlies.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council. I'll be brief. We're big supporters of development in the South Stadium, and for us at the Grizzlies, we feel like it's a long time coming, and we feel finally feel the synergy and feel the neighborhood doing what we thought it would do, and so we're big supporters of this project, and we strongly feel like the more people living near the ballpark, the better things will be in the future for our business and many others in the neighborhood. So I urge you guys to support this thing today. Thank you.
Did you give us your name, Derek? Did you give us your name? I forgot.
I'm Derek Franks with the Fresno Grizzlies.
And you live at Chauncey Stadium?
I live there. Thanks.
Anyone else? Mr. Sharton, good morning.
Thank you. Craig Sharton. Yeah, I could say 271 North Fulton Mall. I'm the Fulton Mall manager for the Downtown Fresno Partnership, the Downtown Property Owners Association, and we are in full support of this project. And this is a culmination of a lot of people's work, but I'd like to say that it is really the culmination and the outcome of all of the decisions that this council has been making for the last several years, that we're now starting to see the benefits of your good policies and your good planning, and I hope that you will feel very good about this kind of a project as well. We've been working with Mehmet and Terrence for years on this project, standing out in front of it, I think 6 years ago, talking about the concept. I know we met with several of the council members, particularly Councilmember Brand, had some great ideas that I think have made the project a lot better very early on in the decision-making process, and I think this is a great time to start planning a whole bunch of celebrations. Thanks for your support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward and discuss this matter? I see some anxious people back there. Come on up. Absolutely. This is your time.
Good morning. I don't know if I'm on the clock, but I'm going to pretend that I am and try to keep my comments
you are.
to 3 minutes or less. So, okay, good. All right, I'll watch the clock. Members of the council, Mr. President, my name is Mehmet Noyan. With me is my partner, Terrence Frazier, and also one of my closest friends. We have several other members of the team in the audience. We have our contractor, Bill Cummings. We also have my son, and we're very committed to this project. I'm going to try to give you the Cliff Notes version of the last 7 years that we've been working on this property. We actually did a tour with Craig Sharton 6 or 7 years ago. We kept coming around to this vacant lot that we're looking at today and felt then, as we feel now, that this is one of the most viable locations in the city and in the valley to build a multi-story market rate residential project with some commercial space on the ground floor. I've committed to occupy a portion of that with my own offices, God willing, if we get to that point. We think the units are going to just fly off the shelf with the views into the park, and we'll have site plans, we'll have some elevations later produced that you'll be able to see that do show the vista into the park, and it's fantastic. So there's that Trump word again. We have 4 other phases within the project. We're asking today for the council to recognize the first phase and then recognize the second phase, which we believe will come along the same time as the apartments, which we're calling the park, aptly named. There's 51 units. There will be an affordable component in about 20% of those units. There will be some amenities that we can get into later on that will include a rooftop deck. It will include a second level pool, and it'll be a very, very nice place to live. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, this is an exciting project. We've been doing this and talking the walk and walking the walk for the last 7 years. Terrence has been here for much longer than I have. I'm a relative newbie on this project, but we have material that he'd produced many, many years ago. So this is the guy with the vision. He brought me in, so I'm the blessed one that came in on Terrence's on his coattails. So I see I have a minute left. I will basically say thank you very much. I love Fresno. I love downtown, and I can't wait to be a part of this project.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The man, the myth, the legend, Terrence Frazier.
I only need like 10 seconds. First of all, I want to thank council for staying the course and staying focused on the downtown, because I think it's very important. I understand Blackstone Corridor is important, but staying the course is more important. Just when you're thinking about what's going to happen in our future of Fresno, I want to say one thing is make sure when you're incentivizing development that you start incentivizing when residential units going 3 stories is not enough. Residential development should be 4 stories or more whenever you're talking about their urban development. So when you start giving incentives, make sure you go 4 stories or more. Otherwise, you're going to run out of housing. You're going to run out of housing. Once you start running out of your housing, then what's going to happen to the people, your affordable component? It's going to go away. So it's important that you start thinking about incentivizing going 4 story or more with your residential units. That's about it.
I'm going to steal a couple of his seconds. I think I had a few. I just want to thank your staff for the amount of work and the energy that they put into this. I mean, there have been countless pro formas, meetings. I've never been in so many meetings in my life, but your staff has worked really, really hard, and they've done a commendable job. And so they all are owed a debt of gratitude.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions while we're done?
They'll call you back if we have any more questions for you. Anyone else in the community wish to come forward and discuss this item? Seeing none, Councilmember Brandau. I'm sorry. You didn't punch up. Councilmember Baines.
Thank you, Council President. It's my district, so I want to make sure to make the first comments, and I'm thrilled. We had an opportunity with the item before to obviously move in the right direction as well. This item, I think, solidifies this project in the eyes of the council. It codifies what we want to do with Noyen Fraser Capital. And I can remember about 7 years ago, I think before I was even elected to the city council, Mehmet and Terrence called me in the office and showed me this project as a concept years ago. So I know this has been a long time coming. The development arc for most projects is about this time. 6 or 7 years in concept, and then another 6 or 7 years to build. 20 years later, you have something that you thought about 2 decades before. So I am excited. I think this project is going to be the demonstration project that we have in downtown Fresno. This is going to demonstrate to not only Fresnans but the entire valley that we are revitalizing our downtown. And we are leveraging the best asset that we have in downtown, which is Chancey Park. It is a very smart project. We have a beautiful baseball stadium with a winning team, with a winning manager. So I just think that the time is now. It's time to move forward. The stars have aligned. Thank you, Craig. I don't see Craig, but Craig said it right. This is the culmination of a lot of votes and a lot of planning. The time has now arrived. So a lot of big stuff happening in Fresno, the Fulton Mall, and I'm happy to make a motion to support this.
I'll second that motion.
Very good. We have a motion by Member Baines, seconded by Member Brandau. Did you have comments, Member Brandau?
Yes, I did.
You're up.
Yeah, I did. I actually want to ask. I really want to ask one clarification question, Danielle. And I've got the answer, but I kind of want to put it on the record. So, really, Fresno is supporting this project, or the recommended to support, I seconded it, this project, And but some people get confused. What does that mean? We're supporting the project, and we are offering some incentives that we can be helpful with. But would you clarify, is the city of Fresno on the hook if something tragic were to happen and this didn't work out? Is the city of Fresno on the hook for anything like other projects like have happened in the past, Met Museum, Granite Park, that type of thing?
Yeah, so we have built into this development agreement some really strict protections for the city. The escrow for the project does not close until they've received all of their financing, and we know that they're pulling building permits and ready to break ground. Should at any time, they lose that last piece of the financing puzzle, which is the state, the property reverts back to the city, and we go back to the drawing board. So we are protected.
Right on, thank you. And like I said, I knew that from the staff report, but I wanted to clarify it for anybody that's paying attention and has those type of questions. Fresno's made some mistakes supporting things in the past, and we want to make sure, and I think this council wants to make sure that we're not doing something similar to that. So thank you very much, Danielle. I really agree with Derek and Craig when they came up in support of this project. I would just like to add, and the perspective that I would like to add, and especially for anybody in North Fresno that I represent, I hear a lot. So when I knock on doors and when I talk to folks, they don't quite get it, the support of downtown Fresno. So I would just like to say to those that are listening that here's a couple of gentlemen that are putting, by and large, their own money on the line. They believe in the opening of Fulton Mall. They believe in the ballpark and working around the ballpark and putting their own hard investment on the line for downtown Fresno. And it's not government doing it. It's a couple of developers using their own private money. We're offering some incentives, but we like to do that across the board, across the city for different types of projects. So Mehmet, who spoke earlier, had a great, huge role in developing an area of District 2 where I represent, around the Palm and Knees area, and I think everybody knows how wonderful that is. And Terrence and Mehmet had given me a tour of their plans here at the south end of the mall, and it's fantastic, and I think these guys are go-getters. They're putting their own money on the line. I'm going to be very supportive of that.
Thank you. Member Brand.
Thank you, Council President. I probably put more time on this project than maybe next Member Baines. We were involved in the original RFP that reviewed 3 different proposals, and we chose this one based on several factors, including the pro forma, what they plan to do, the risk level. So just to kind of be a little bit redundant in what Council Member Brandel said, that one of the things I look at first is who are the developers, what's their track record, and some of the past failures have been by almost always, not by coincidence, by people who didn't have the expertise or the financial resources to complete the projects. These 2 gentlemen have a very substantial track record. I can't think of any failures that I'm aware of, and they're putting their own money up. Every time there's a project downtown, I get the same emails and texts that Member Brandel gets. What are you guys doing? This is another Met Museum. This is another baseball stadium. It's not. Everything we do is unique. And it's unique in the sense that there's no general fund money at risk in this project. In other words, we're not guaranteeing a loan. We're not lending money. We're not, giving away the farm. That's totally different because the Better Business Act is primarily on city loan guarantees and subsidies. And the land value, now the $430,000, in my opinion, is optimistic in terms of value. And really, that value is not there unless there's a companion project to lift that value of that land. So, and the impact fees of roughly $500,000. Remember, this is the Commercial Build Act that Members Soria and Olivier did, says the prior tenant 50 years ago has already paid the street fees, the public safety fees. The whole purpose was is not to be redundant. So the fees have already been paid. This project is unique, and I've seen nothing like it. And I think in the West Coast, where you're going to have a mixed-use 4-story facility that's going to have, if you're a residential unit, you're overlooking a baseball stadium. And that's a unique thing. You've got people with a Bitwise 50,000 square feet just moved in a new location. Granville built over the last 10 years about 400 units. I believe there are people that will occupy these. In fact, I think there'll be no problem occupying those units. There's been talk about the rents, and in our 3 meetings we've had with, including the city manager and Marlene Murphy from the redevelopment agency, we all had the final meeting about a week ago. We all agreed, and they've made adjustments on their pro forma. But ultimately, it's like think of a fulcrum and a lever. This is the way it works, because the project's costing $14 million. The value is roughly $7 million. They've got to come up with, they've got to cover the gap. So the gap is tax credits, new market tax credits, is cap and trade, and it's going to be their money and a lender. Ultimately, a lender, a private conventional lender, is going to lend $7 million, or they hope they get $7 million. Because what's going to happen, the lender, the private, assuming they pass 2 rounds and are successful in cap and trade and in new market tax credits, the third element is part of the contingency on the development agreement, because the city property does not transfer escrow until all 3 conditions are met. A private lender is going to come in and look at their pro forma. And if the private lender says, I think $2 a foot is too high for the commercial, or $1.40 a foot is too high for the residential, they're going to make adjustments. And those adjustments will come from the 2 principals at risk. So if they drop it, say $1.80 a foot and $1.20 a foot, they're going to put more money in themselves. It does not affect the city of Fresno. This is in my opinion, a major asset for the city of Fresno. And you cannot, I've said this before, we had the Fulton Mall, cannot continue to have underperforming properties that overconsume city services. It's a net drain on the city general fund. You cannot afford to do nothing and say, well, we've had a failure in the past, we're never going to do it again. That can't be done. This city has got to make changes and Member Baines expressed it well on his sentiments. And the way it's being done now, it's not being done the way it was done 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's being done in a way that I believe will make a valuable improvement to the area. And if it's successful, it also increases the demand side of the market. If you can get $1.20, $1, and Grand was already at $1.20 on their units, $1.40, commercial rate goes up. It's like a rising tide lifts all ship. I've seen it as a real estate developer and as a broker. This will improve the entire area and be the start of what I believe will be a major renaissance along Fulton Mall, which will have a catalytic effect on the entire downtown area. So I think we're finally at the era, we're beyond the dreams and the dreamers of the past, and we're with the people that have the vision and the money to make it successful. So I'm, after our meetings and all the information I've reviewed, I will absolutely support this project and hope that wish them best of success. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you're very, very diligent in your research and support of this, as was Councilmember Baines. So we have a motion by Councilmember Baines, seconded by Member Brandow. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. 6-0. Member Soria absent. I apologize to my students from Fresno State. I know you got to get back to class, but we're moving as fast as we can, so bear with us. Thank you. Okay, next, under the same heading is the approval of a purchase and sale agreement with the City of Fresno and APEC International. Marlene?
APEC is seeking to purchase this remnant piece that enables parking behind the Hotel Fresno building. As shown in one of the attachments to your packet, the city expressed its intent to sell this small remnant property to APEC last November. The sale of it will essentially enable the Hotel Fresno rehabilitation to proceed because it enables adjacent parking. So we are recommending your sale at the appraised value of, I think it's around $22,000.
Thank you very much. Any member of our community like to come forward and comment on this item, please do so, giving us your name and address. Seeing none, I'll bring it back here. I'll make a motion to approve. And I'll second it. Motion by Member Baines, seconded by me. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent.
Thank you.
You know, I have a lot of cards up here, Mr. Morris, and your group. I think I can fairly say that we won't be able to hear you unscheduled until after, I'd say after 2 o'clock. Just, we'd love to have you stay all morning. But if time is of the essence, I just want to give you a heads up on that. Okay? You're welcome to stay. Absolutely. You've got that guarantee, sir. Thank you all for being here. You're welcome. Okay. With that, we'll close the joint successor agency aspect of this meeting and move on to the 10 o'clock item. I've been waiting all morning for this, and this is a presentation by the Associated Students, Inc., also known as ASI, of Cal State University, Fresno, to discuss Sierra Madre. And folks, this is Leadership Fresno right here. These are the young people that are leading at the college level, and I'm sure they're going to continue into the private sector when the time comes, and public sector for that matter. So welcome and good morning, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Good morning. My name is Simone Lighty. I'm a senator with ASI. And first off, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come speak today. We're talking about the Sierra Madre Neighborhood Revitalization Program that we have currently in place. So basically the purpose of this is to improve the safety and sense of community in the Sierra Madre neighborhood by increasing communication and collaboration between stakeholders, which includes students, residents, property owners, businesses, government agencies, such as Fresno City Council, as well as faith-based organizations. Just to give a little bit of background, we started our revitalization efforts in El Dorado Park, and that was as a result of a shooting that occurred at one of the Fresno State fraternities back in 2011. And from there, that kind of sparked awareness of local crime and conversations for potential revitalization campaigns and efforts that we could implement into the El Dorado Park neighborhood. I'd like to highlight some of the work that we have currently going on there. Our volunteer capacity since 2012 has been 1,538 Fresno State students, and we've volunteered roughly 5,621 hours in that neighborhood. And some of the projects we have going on, we have monthly community meetings, monthly food distributions, weekly base camp community dinner support, which takes place at Wesley Methodist Church. And then the last two I really want to highlight, the National Night Out Block Party, which we've had for 5 years in a row, as well as Spring into Service. And we'd like to use those two projects as sort of a model for what we'd like to implement and see occur in the Sierra Madre neighborhood. And just to highlight two of our recognitions, Fresno State ASI was in fact recognized for our work in El Dorado Park, and we received the Gold Excellence Award by Student Affairs Professionals for civic learning, democratic engagement, service learning, and community service categories.
I just want to thank the City Council for allowing me to speak as well as students of ASI. Speaking today on behalf of a few safety concerns in the area. I currently live in one of the fraternity houses, Sigma Nu. I know our council president was an SAE, so go Greek. There's been a lot of car break-ins along the Shaw area. There's been instances of drunk driving. I actually lost my car last summer from a case of drunk driving incident that happened early on in the summer. There's been local businesses that have reported break-ins and thefts and things of that nature, and that's really a concern that business owners shouldn't have. They shouldn't have their hard work jeopardized from a few individuals who decide that wrongdoing is their course of action. Sigma Nu and Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity have reported regular break-ins and homeless individuals loitering around the property. We just built a new gate to help kind of slow down those indices, but that's definitely something that still happens. And even washing our clothes in the area, it's been times where I've seen individuals in the neighborhood walking around with clothes that have been stolen from other individuals in our fraternity, and that's just something that shouldn't be going on in this area. There have been unsafe conditions for students walking to and from campus. We've implemented a buddy system of nature in our fraternity, which whenever you're walking to a convenience store or to campus or to the student rec center, you're always walking with someone else, and students are coming to school to get an education, and they shouldn't have to look over their shoulders for fear of individuals who pursue wrongdoing. And it's just a personal testimony of someone who lives in the area. It's a lot of hard-working individuals and individuals who want to do right, and that shouldn't be threatened just by a few individuals. And Fresno State is a true beacon of hope for this community, that we can really revitalize the area and show that change can happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Could you put your name on the record for us?
Cameron Patterson.
Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. So currently we are working.
Could you give us your name first and then?
My name is Navi.
Thank you.
So currently we're working on projects in the community of Sierra Madre, and the current projects that we've been working on are monthly community meetings. Since October of 2015, we started to do monthly community meetings where business owners, ASI, and different entities came together to foster communication between stakeholders and plan community events. We do policing and code enforcement to ensure apartments in Sierra Madre meet requisites living standards. We had our first community picnic in November 1st, and it was a great success. Over 200 people showed up. We will have another community picnic that will be hosted in April. And basically, the community picnic is to build a community engagement and encourage service learning. We also will be having a fresh farm market to provide a service for residents and encourage service learning. We also will have neighborhood cleanups to promote pride amongst the residents and assist with sanitation issues. And the future projects that we are currently looking at in the following year will be a national night out. We'll throw a neighborhood block party on Tuesday, August 2nd of 2016. We will be looking forward to host Saturday sports and assist the youth programs in Vinland Park. And then we will renovate apartment complex, will garner financial support and investment from developers.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President. Thank you so much for having us come up here. My name is Ashley Rocker Green, and I'm a staff member with ASI working on revitalization efforts with ASI. So thank you for having us. We sent you the plan ahead of time, so you have it in the PowerPoint in front of you, as well as a printed copy of the plan. I just wanted to highlight the steps that the Student Task Force has come up with. The first is to present to stakeholders, including yourselves, like the City Council, as well as university officials, and then our stakeholders in the neighborhood as well, including residents. We are trying to get residents to come to our community meetings at this point. In steps 2 and 3, we have community events that have already been mentioned, a farm market, as well as a spring cleanup. And in steps 3 and 4, we're also going to have a National Night Out block party that we already mentioned. And I really want to put the community picnic on the radar for the council. We had a lot of support from Council President Capriolio out at that event, and it's going to be April 10th on a Sunday in the afternoon, hosted by the Masjid Fresno Islamic Center in the neighborhood, which is a great anchor partner so far. So we would love to have your support and have you come out if you can. Thank you.
You know, I'll be there. It's great food, good company. Anyone else like to speak? The president.
Hi, my name's Abigail Hudson, and I am the president at Fresno State ASI. I want to thank you all for the opportunity for us to present in front of you today. I personally live in one of the sorority houses in El Dorado Park, and I can't even tell you how grateful I am for the work that the city of Fresno and Fresno State and the students have done in that area to help make it a better place to live. And so we're here today to ask for your support as the city of Fresno once again in Sierra Madre to help us move forward and continue our work in Sierra Madre Madre to make it as great as it possibly can. And we also want to thank Council President Capriolio. He has been at every event, every community meeting, community picnic, and always answers our phone calls. And his Chief of Staff, Laura Rios, has been such a great help. They have been our biggest cheerleaders in this project and in every project, and of Fresno State in general. So I want to thank Council President Capriolio and the rest of the city for listening to us today, and we hope that you will all support us in moving forward with revitalization of Sierra Madre. And I know we also have a guest from the Fresno State President's Office, Larry Salinas, our new Executive Director of Government Relations, and I know he wants to say a few words from the Fresno State campus's point of view.
Thank you very much. Mr. Salinas, welcome.
Good morning, Council Member and Council President and members of the Council. Thank you, Abigail, and the students. I am Larry Salinas. I'm the Executive Director of Government Relations for California State University of Fresno, and I'm delighted to be here on behalf of Dr. Castro and his administration to offer our strong support for this plan offered by our student leaders. As was stated earlier in the presentation, I think the success of El Dorado Park and the leadership that was exemplified by our students serves as a great model as we move forward into the Sierra Madre project. We are certain that this revitalization plan will enhance not only the visual vitality, but the quality of life for students and all the residents in the area. And I want to close by thanking Council President Capriolio for your leadership and for your support of Fresno State, and ask the entire Council to support our students in this thoughtful and comprehensive plan by offering your support through a strong partnership with city agencies and yourselves and helping us enhance the area around Fresno State. So thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, and a couple of comments. You know, you did that presentation, well organized, thoughtful, got to the point in under 10 minutes. You guys are amazing. So I really appreciate that as a council president. And, you know, we couldn't do this without your partnership. And you guys are leaders on campus, off campus, in the community, in the neighborhoods. And you're very inspirational for me. And that's part of the reason I show up, because you folks are fabulous. You just do such a great job. And continue the good work. I'll do my part and support you every way in any way. And I'm sure my colleagues would chime in on that as well. So well done today. Continue the good work. We couldn't do El Dorado without you, and Sierra Madre is next on our list, and we're going to get that done too. So Ashley and everybody over there, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. And there's many people here from the university. All you guys, thanks a lot. You make it wonderful. So thank you. Thank you very much. And that picture up there is, I'm trying to win that prize for Isabella, and the look on her face, I'm not very good at that, because she's a little disappointed. And that's Laura Rios, my Chief of Staff. So thank you all very much. It was fun. Thank you. Good job. Okay. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wanted to compliment the students that have worked on this project for so long. I can tell you over the years, I've been somewhat familiar with the different groups and organizations that have worked in El Dorado Park and trying to make some changes in the Sierra Madre Park area as well. And it wasn't for lack of effort that maybe they didn't get as far as they wanted to, but I've got to tell you, just in the observation over the years that I've personally seen, you've really made great strides and a lot of changes in that area. In fact, I went through there last Saturday, driving around and just seeing the changes, the visible changes right from the get-go. So you should really be complimented for the great work that you're doing. Like I said, I've seen a lot of other organizations and groups really try and make the changes that you've been able to accomplish. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, Member Quintero. Member Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. I would just like to add my voice to Council President and thank you for your leadership on this. And Councilman Quintero as well. I just echo the sentiment. It was a fantastic presentation to start with, so we always appreciate that. But everything that you're doing, Fresno State is my alma mater, and so it's just always hits me in the heart when somebody from Fresno State, a student, is doing a great thing. I didn't do any of that while I was at Fresno State, but I was working and getting an education. But I appreciate that you guys have taken it to the next level. And for the city of Fresno, when we have people out in our community showing this kind of leadership, it makes all of our jobs a lot easier. So I really appreciate everything you're doing at ASI.
Oh, thank you. Obviously, I'm a graduate of Fresno State, and I'm wearing my pin proudly and my colors. So, Councilmember Brand.
Yeah, I also want to thank you for the presentation. And my company has managed properties over the last 30 years around that area, and I know that what you're talking about. I know the corner of Cedar and Shaw and the problems of vagrants that really aren't homeless. They live around that area, and they're a constant nuisance. So I applaud your efforts. I can do anything at all to help you guys out to make it a safer place for you guys to live and around the campus. Let me know. But again, good presentation.
The screen is clear, and thank you guys again so very much. And just a reminder, there is a community picnic April 10th all day, and it's a great event, and I hope to see everyone there. Thank you all again for your fantastic leadership and presentation. This is great. Fresno State is the crown jewel of my district, and you are the jewels in that crown. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Okay, the next timed item is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax. And that is Public Works. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council President, members of the Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. We've received a petition and a request from the landowner in the Fancher Creek neighborhood to annex property that they own into Community Facilities District number 11. We have received the votes back. They're all confirmed that they would like to belong into that or join into that district. The annual assessment will be $53.58. This subdivision is a little different in that it has alley with garages that are serviced off of the alley, so we're adding the alley and some streetlights in the alley into the Community Facilities District. And I know the landowner is here, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Is anyone in the community like to come forward and speak on this? Please come up. Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Council President, council members, my name is Josh Peterson with Wathen Tostados Homes. I just wanted to come and say thank you to the city staff. We purchased this project last year. It had been fallow since 2006. It was comprised of 29 large lots in the Fancher Creek area, and Centex had kind of abandoned their lots. We came in and revised the land plan with the assistance of the staff. Councilmember Quintero came to our opening, which was a fantastic event, and we're happy to present that we've sold 40 of the 58 homes already. And so the neighborhood has been a tremendous success. One of the items that Mr. Bonelli pointed out was streetlights in the alley. When we took over the project, there was no streetlights in the alley. The alley was private. We chose to conform that alley to city standards, and then also add lighting for the safety of the residents that would occupy those houses. So just wanted to say that the staff did a fantastic job, and we've turned a project that has been just obsolete for the past 9 years into something very successful. So wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else in the community wish to come forward and discuss this item? Seeing none, Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to tell you I ran into one of the new buyers over the weekend, and it happened to be an old friend of mine, and he told me that he bought a house in there, and they just love it. They love it, and it's exactly what they were looking for, and it's really a great project. I want to tell you, and I want to welcome you back to Southeast Fresno, and we hope to see more of your work in the future. And so there was no objections on the special tax by the one property owner? Okay. Motion to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Quintero, seconded by Member Olivier. All in favor? Those opposed? Passes 4-0 with members Brand, Baines, and Soria absent. Okay. Next, we're going to, I'm a little bit behind, folks. I apologize for that. We're really trying to stay on task. So we're going to do the 1015 item, weed abatement program. And good morning, sir. Then we'll get back on calendar or the schedule.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Del Estabrook from Code Enforcement. Wow, a lot of positive things happening in the city of Fresno this morning, and I get to talk about weeds. Well, there is some positive growth, and the weeds are still growing also, so here we go. This is our annual weed abatement program for the city, and what this does is protects and preserves our neighborhoods here in the city. It gets these parcels, of which there's 3,000, cleaned up, the weeds and the garbage and the trash removed. Some of the specifics of the program: there's over 3,000 underdeveloped parcels here in the city. Our actions are proactive notification to property owners so they can take care of their properties before we have to issue a 15-day notice. This year and this month, we've issued letters to all the folks that have these properties, as well as posting a notice in the Fresno Bee. And now the compliance date is April 15th, which is also tax day. And on April 16th, we will go out there and, as time permits, through our area teams, we will inspect the properties. And here's our actions. If they don't take any visible action whatsoever, we can issue the first citation, which is about $200, automatically abate it or clean up the property, and there's a cost to that, so anywhere from $200 to $500, maybe $600. And then we can also charge them an administrative fee of about $100. So you don't cut your grass or remove your weeds, you could be looking at $1,000 in cost. Non-payment, we will pursue them through our usual ways, and that's through our collection agencies, a special tax assessment, and our abatement liens. You know, we did start this program in this manner last year, and I'm so happy to report that we had a 97% success rate. So 3,000 properties, less than 100 we had to go out and abate, and that's tremendous, and we look forward for doing the same thing this year. Any questions?
And now we'll go ahead and accept any public comments that we might have. And I'll call Barbara without hesitation.
Hi, Sal. I'm aboard, everyone. Council. You're not a board of supervisors yet, if you make it.
God bless you.
Now we're going to pimp the weeds. $1,000 a man. This is God's work. Look at the water he gave us. Hello there, Mr. Baines. They gave us all this water. Now we got to worry about is them big old boulders going to come down here and knock us off into the ocean, or we're going to slide off into these earthquakes. No, this is too much money. And you guys know I know what's going on around here. And I even got some papers. We got another government over you guys' government up in here called themselves me, the same one that's at the, over there at the courthouse, getting all the money from everybody. So if you guys are going to work two governments and two masters, it don't belong here. No social communism, no world order, none of this stuff don't belong in America. So I'm thinking about changing my whole line. Because look what happened. We're supposed to be a democratic society, and look what we're getting. More money, more bills. Put out your house. These people not even our people up here. They don't even supposed to be in here. Mr. Baines are our people. Mr. Bandale, Mr. Caparillo, Sal, Lee Brand, Olivia, y'all our people, and Bruce, because y'all was elected in here. Not you, Bruce. Y'all was elected up in here. These people wasn't elected up in here. We don't even know who they are. And this is, you guys gave all that land away to somebody else, another developer. That is really wrong. And all that money, the same people, this is going to be something that's bad. This is going to be a second world country. Alan Archer talked about it with the water issues, the water pipelines going. Alan Archer, I'm going to call him Carlos Brown, he was running around up in here talking about what happened to downtown? Where's our downtown at? Sal, you've been here all these centuries. Where's downtown?
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
You have a beautiful hairdo today. I'll turn it over to President Capriolo.
Thank you very much. The screen is clear. Do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Member Brandau, seconded by Member Brand. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Welcome, everyone. Perfect. Okay, now let's let's get to the, not quite, we're a little bit early for the 11 o'clock, but I do want to take care of the people who have been so patient here today. Yes. Okay, we'll address under City Council 3A and 3B. I think they're tied closely together. Oh, I made a promise. I can't do that. This is actions pertaining to the process of green waste and commingled recyclables. We can do that together, separately. Member Brandau, how would you? What's your pleasure? Individually?
What's your question? Oh, green waste. Yeah, we're going to do 3A. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yep, green waste. And then if we have time before your 11 o'clock, we could go into the recyclables as well. So let's start with green waste, I think.
Green waste 3A. You're the sponsor, sir.
And so this was revisiting an item that we first looked at in October. I think it was October. Was it October? Yep, in October. And there was an RFP process that we kind of canceled and went forward to negotiate a contract. And so our city attorney's office was in charge of that. So maybe you should take over from here, Doug, and tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, all right. We are here pursuant to an RFP process that started in May of last year. In that RFP, it stated under the scope of work, under award clarifications and options, it says the city will award separate contracts for single stream recyclables processing and green waste processing. It says the city may select 2 vendors for single stream recyclables processing and 2 vendors for green waste processing if that is determined to be in the most advantageous to the city. It also says the city may award a contract for single-stream recyclables processing and a contract for green waste processing to the same vendor if that is determined to be most advantageous to the city. On October, the 2 contracts were brought to council. At that time, the item was continued, and shortly after that, the pending RFP was canceled by the administration. Then in December, the council directed the city attorney's office to go and negotiate contracts, if possible, with potentially 4 companies, 2 on the green waste side. On the green waste side, that's a little bit simpler of the 2. Item 3A is for green waste contracts. We negotiated contracts with both of the companies, Kochurgan and West Coast Waste. West Coast Waste matched the lower price of Kochurgan at $16.75 per ton, and so the contracts before you have been already agreed to and signed by the companies and are available for the council to approve. I assume after that we'll come back to the solid waste contracts.
3B.
The recyclables contracts.
Yes, we'll do 3A first. Yes, if you are you.
Well, okay, then I'm going to start by saying then, do I make my motion first, or?
Have you? I thought you wanted to add some comments to your motion, but if you're done, we'll come back from the public. Okay, we'll take it out to the public. Anyone in the community like to step forward and comment on this item?
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Attorney. All of this green waste should still be in the hand of the city of Fresno. I'm really sorry that we gave all these projects, this stuff away. We can have all of our city of Fresno employees working and kids having fun, going on vacation like the gas prices going down. But if it's not, and Richard Callaghan and them out there, the Orange Avenue dump out there, they're excellent people out there too. And then we got this here place over here that don't, on Elm Avenue over there, all their trash and stuff is coming over here, and it's supposed to be a certain percentage, and this way filled up, and that's in our district, Mr. Baines. But this one here, this is pimping God again. He's the only one who grows all this green waste. You see a profit out here being made. You want to get this guy here from another place out here, Corsian's Farm Composing Incorporated, to process 50% of the city green waste at the cost of the city of $16.75 a ton. Look at all that money. How come City of Fresno can't get all that? Put some of your people to work. What about our folks? It's election time now. I'm going to go for Trump. I might get out of my Democratic Party. This don't sound right to me, what's going on out here. You know, and I'm saying too much going on. And this here is not right. I think we should have kept our greenways. We pay money for the greenways in the office right here because I pays for them. And then we give it to them, and then $16 a ton. And look at all that money could have come here that we could have put some people jobs. African Americans, Latinos, white, Anglos. We got 157 different people over here in this district. A bunch of them I don't know. I call them monkey folks. It's a lot of folks out here. But we got to take care of all of them because we all kin folks coming from over in Africa. We all kin folks come from me, and I'm proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please step forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, members of the Council. Joe Guagliardo, representing Kachurgan Farms Composting. There's an old axiom about the best contract is one where everybody isn't as happy as they should be. This contract is a very good contract for the City of Fresno. Kachurgan Farms is pleased with the contract. By adopting this contract, as noted in your staff report, the city is going to be saving about $500,000 a year in green waste processing. We're pleased to be part of the agreement. Look forward to continue working with the City of Fresno for the term of the contract. I'd like to pay a particular compliment to Mr. Sloan and Ms. Freeman through the negotiation process. There was a little pushing and shoving and a little back and forth, and they did a very good job of representing the city. But we support the staff recommendation. We think that this proposal before you meets all of the questions, addresses the questions that were raised at the previous meeting about two suppliers, best contract price. I don't think the city could ask for anything better than that. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else from our community wish to come forward? Okay, we'll take it back here for council comments. Council Member Brandau.
All right, thanks, Council President and Council. I was kind of following this process, and by the way, so I was checking in with City Attorney Doug Sloan throughout the process. So I wanted to just report that this went almost perfectly as desired by Council last October. The second place finisher to the RFP that had gone out and been made obsolete literally rose to the price of the first place offer. And so we were able to split the contract in half. And so it worked out perfectly. In my mind, it's kind of a slam dunk. Recyclables ran into a different problem. We're going to talk about that in the next item because the market changed dramatically. But I do want to say I appreciate Joe speaking this morning on behalf of Kachurgan, and we also have West Coast in the audience as well today. But I really appreciate both sides coming together and the city's attorney's office negotiating a great deal for the city of Fresno. So my motion is to accept staff recommendation and execute this contract.
Want to flip a coin for a second? Okay. Motion by Member Brandau, seconded by Councilmember Baines, third by Councilmember Olivier. And with that in mind, all those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Next is the B portion of that item. Councilmember Brandau.
Again, thank you, Council President. I'm just gonna pass this one off to the city attorney. This is similar. We heard both green waste and recyclables back in October. We sent them to the city attorney to negotiate deals. Out of nowhere, well, the market completely bottomed out on recyclables, so we ran into a more difficult time than we had on green waste. But I would like the city attorney to tell us about this
Yes.
negotiation.
Council, on the recyclables contract, the feasibility of fulfilling the contract is largely affected by the commodities prices for the recyclables. The standard pricing is based upon fiber pricing, cardboard, paper, and that sort of thing. What essentially occurs is that the city delivers the recyclables to the companies, they separate them, and then sell the recyclables, and there's a cost to doing that. and they are paid a price for the commodities that they deliver. These commodities, for the most part, are going to China, so they have to be transported to a port here, transported to China, and so the economy in China affects the commodities prices. Since the time that these contracts were originally proposed last summer and now, the commodities prices for fiber have fallen dramatically. They were up in the $130 per ton or greater range, and they've dropped to around $80 per ton. That affects their ability to make any money fulfilling the contracts. The $10 price from Mid-Valley that was considered at the October 8th meeting, pursuant to the terms of the item then, was still subject to negotiating the contract. Mid-Valley is saying that the $10 price was not fixed no matter what the contract would be, but was still subject to certain conditions for fluctuating commodities markets and contamination levels. That was not negotiated because within a few days after the council hearing the item, the RFP was terminated and the process was going to start over again. At the December meeting, the council directed the city attorney's office to go negotiate contracts with the two highest bidders in this case, since the city is being paid money. The prices that we were looking at was the $10 price from Mid-Valley and $7.50 from Carts. We've negotiated for about 2 months. During that time, we've learned from the companies where we are in the commodities markets, and the feasibility of fulfilling the contract is largely determined by those commodities markets. So they're telling us it's not possible to provide a fixed price that would be good for 10 years. It would carry too much risk for the companies. Or if we were to get that price, it would be lower than what we're looking at now. So we arrived at an indexed rate based upon the prices of the commodities that ranges from a floor of $1 per ton to be paid to the city. And again, both these contracts are identical with the two companies. So the $1 would be the floor, so even if the commodities prices were to bottom out well below $80 per ton, we still get at least $1. So the companies are carrying the risk that if the prices bottom out even further, that the city still gets the $1 per ton. And reminder that under the sunset contract before, the city was paying upwards of $15 per ton instead of receiving money. Now, on the other hand, if the commodities prices go up, then the city makes more money based upon that index. There is no limit to the upper levels. If the commodities prices return to about $200 per ton, I think we'd be paid about $20 per ton. So those were the contracts that were negotiated. They've been signed off by the companies. And so the option now is to accept these contracts or potentially go back out to RFP. We're told by the companies if we were to go back out to RFP, they would have to consider the current market conditions now in bidding those contracts too.
Okay, thank you. Is that the extent of your sponsorship? Okay. Anyone in the public like to come forward and discuss this matter, please step up. Seeing some. Rhymes with none. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, Council Member, staff. Thank you, Attorney Sloan. There was one thing he didn't mention during his presentation just now, and I think it's the largest item that's on the table today, is the fact that the recycling business is also a volume-driven business. And when you take that contract and you put it in half, it cuts your volume in half. And what that does is it makes your operation less efficient. And there's no doubt about it, the commodity prices have dropped. But don't forget, the volume dropped as well. And that's why you're looking at the dollar floor today, at least from my company, Mid-Valley Disposal. It was two big parts. I would say 65% of it is the volume, 35% being the market. When you split contracts that have never been split, your efficiencies, your economies of scale drop. That's what happened, at least from our company's standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kapelkoff, can I ask you a question? And I asked this question of you a couple days ago. Mr. Brandow, you were there when I asked this question, so I asked you point blank, and I also asked that of Mr. Caglio, because the city attorney is representing based on his comments, at least I'm interpreting his comments, that after it was all said and done, we really didn't have a $10 deal, and it was still subject to negotiations, and you would come back and say, well, there's going to be this, and there's going to be that, and there's contamination, and there's everything else. First of all, you've been working under an assignment now with the city under the previous contract for, what, about a year?
City Manager, I hate to interrupt you.
So, at any time, have you charged the city for contamination since then?
No, I didn't have a contract with the city.
Okay. So,
City Manager, let's conclude public comment, and then you can bring him back for a question, if you don't mind. I hate to interrupt you, but to keep the flow consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public like to comment before we come up with questions from the dais? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Richard Cagle with Cedar Avenue Recycling and Transfer Station. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to work with the city on a contract to service the people of Fresno. I think it's a good contract. I appreciate some of the comments made from the dais and the city attorney regarding the market conditions. I will say that the economy that we are experiencing now, between the Chinese economy, the price of a barrel of oil, and the paper indexes and where those prices are, never before have we seen all three of those down at the same time. I will go on to further say that I think this contract's a really good deal for you, and to some of the points that were just made from the city manager, you have an upside to this contract that you've never had before. The economy and the market conditions are thus that it is worse now than the economy that was before, when the city awarded a contract where you were paying to get rid of recyclables. So from that standpoint, and some of the market conditions regarding the price and whether it's fixed, some of the comments out of the city manager's side of things were essentially, I think you've got that covered because the times were much different. The economy's come down and the situation is just different. So the contract that you have before you to approve today that I would ask for your approval takes into account a lot of those things. Conditions have changed, and this is where we are today. So I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community wish to come forward? Okay, bring it back to the dais. Member Brandow, and then city attorney, city manager. Member Brandow.
All right, thank you, Council President. The first thing that I need to do is disclose that after these contracts were made public, I did take a meeting with both vendors who were in that meeting, at two different meetings actually, one with each vendor in the room, the city manager, the city attorney, but I just wanted to make sure people knew that, but that's after the contracts had been made public anyway, so I did want to say that, though, for clarification. I want to thank everybody involved, the vendors, and Doug, your department that this kind of got, and Amanda, that's kind of got tossed onto you, and we appreciate that, and getting together, and I think you took a lot of meetings to get us to where we're at today. So we appreciate all of that hard work. Unfortunately, we had a flawed setup and process that took place in October. So we went to negotiate a contract, and in that time, the commodities markets took a humongous dive. I learned in this meeting, I think it was with Mr. Kapelkoff, that in some instances, instead of recycling plastics in China, they're literally using new, fresh petroleum to use in those products that they used to recycle plastics for. So that's what the price of oil being so low compared to all of the hard work of recycling, it just has dramatically changed this commodities market, and it has made an impact upon this negotiation from where we once wanted to be to where we are today. But it's very clear that in the past, the city of Fresno was paying vendors to take our recyclables, and now these vendors have agreed to pay the city of Fresno to take these recyclables and hopefully make some money on them. So I'm just going to simply, let's see, what else do I need to say? I just thank everybody for their hard work, and I'm going to make a motion to approve this item as directed by staff.
So I have a motion by Member Brandau, seconded by Member Baines. City Manager Rudd, your
Can I ask Mr. Kapikoff to come back up, please?
Sorry for the interruption. I just want to conclude that part before.
So I just want the record to be clear, because when staff made its recommendation, it was based on what our understanding was going to be a $10 per ton for 10 years. Mr. Kapikoff, I'm going to ask you what I asked you the other day. When you submitted that proposal, and I get the fact over 2 months the commodity index has changed, although we're looking at a 10-year contract. So I would caution council not to look at this over what's happened in the last 2 months, but rather than what will happen over the next 10 years. But Mr. Kapikoff, I'm just going to ask you just point blank. Once we had completed negotiations, if you had been the successful bidder, if we had awarded 100% of the recycled materials to you in October, and we ended up negotiating and signing a final contract in November, because it takes 30 days to get through everything, would I walked out, would the ratepayers walked out with a $10 per ton rate?
Bruce, I was a successful bidder.
Yeah, I know.
Not if. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caglia, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you. Now, interesting, Mr. Caglia's proposal was somewhat different in that his had no commodity index tied to it. It was my understanding was it was a $7.50 guarantee.
At the time it was, but at this point in time, Council, I believe you have a very good contract. It essentially reflects what's going on in the market condition today, and that's where we are is today, not
so
last year.
What staff represented at the time was correct?
At the time.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
But again, today I think you have a very good contract, and it reflects the market conditions of today.
Okay. So, Council, one of the expectations that you expressed during this, when this item came up in October, and the direction was given to the attorney to negotiate subsequent agreements for green waste and recycling, is that, depending on if it was the price or the revenue, is that the second bidder had to meet the proposal that came from the first bidder. And in the case of green waste, that worked out, so congratulations, it worked. Unfortunately, as we are now seeing, that didn't happen with recycled materials. In fact, just the opposite has occurred. And that was something we talked about when you start reducing the volume, the impact of that on the rates. So just in a matter of a few months, we've gone from the ratepayers receiving a $3 million benefit over the course of the next 10 years to a $300,000 benefit. $2.7 million change over a course of 2 months. And again, these are 10-year contracts. Now, I appreciate the fact that everyone's talking about, well, look what's happened to the market. Prices of oil have gone down. Well, guess what? Transportation costs have gone down, too, because fuel prices have tanked at the same time. All of that goes into those considerations when you're negotiating these agreements. And in fact, and the reason I wanted to ask Mr. Kapikoff whether or not we had a $10 deal, or Mr. Cagley whether or not we had a $7.50 deal, even after it's everything and we're seeing this, the sky is falling commodity price issue come up, Mr. Kapikoff is still offering $5 a ton. So, Mr. Kapikoff, would I still have $5 a ton? Or am I going to get played and be told, well, no, it's not really $5? I think the answer is going to be, no, you still got, if you gave me 100% of it today, I'd give you $5. Isn't that what you have proposed as an alternative?
Well, don't you have that document?
I don't know.
I don't know. Was it
Council, do you have that in front of you?
Mr. Sloan?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did the council, was council provided the alternative that Mr. Kapikoff provided, in which he guarantees $5?
He gave us the $5 number. That was not placed in the contract before council. But if the average over the next 10 years under the indexed rate is the same as the average over the last 5 years, it works out to over $5 too.
That's my point.
Even with a split contract.
So council, even if you split? No, I don't think that was the deal point, but nevertheless. So council, I hope you can appreciate my frustration not only over the process, but as well as the outcome of this process. Over the last 2 years, this administration has been busting it and has been working hard to mitigate the impacts of what at the time was a projected 15% rate increase for solid waste services. The first step in that process was to negotiate hard with the County of Fresno and get a $5 a ton reduction in the tipping rate out of American Landfill. The second thing, and Joe knows this, is when he came to me and asked for an assignment of the agreement with Sunset, because he was in the process of acquiring it, I looked him straight in the eye and said, "You want the assignment? I'm not paying you a dime to take our recyclable materials." We went from $15 to $0 with that assignment. Now, unfortunately, that contract is now expired. But my point is, he's been working under the same understanding, gentleman's agreement, ever since. He hasn't charged me he hasn't charged the ratepayers for contamination, and he hasn't charged us a dime to take that material, even with the downturn in the commodity index. And Lord knows that could be going on for another few months, another few years. That's why you do a long-term agreement. So understand the angst that I'm feeling now when I see us squandering all the hard work and the successes that we've had in the past. We've been building and working to try to mitigate that 15% rate increase. This was no different. The idea behind 100% was being driven for no other reason to provide the ratepayers with the best value they could get. Because this, as well as all the other agreements, is being used to keep that rate increase off the table for at least the next 5 years, which was also Council's direction. In fact, it came from Councilmember Brandow. When he approved the water rates, he looked over at me and he looked over at Tommy Escueda and said, "I'm going to approve this, but I don't want to see a single utility rate agreement over the next 5 years." So everything we've been doing has been done in order to meet the council member's expectation. The same expectation that Mr. Caglio was going to come up and meet Mr. Kapikoff's $10, which didn't happen. So council, again, I would recommend that you reject these two agreements and that we move forward with issuing a new RFP on 100% of the material in order to provide our ratepayers with the best value. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, and for all your hard work over years, many years, actually, 30-plus years. Councilmember Brand?
This is a difficult one. I made my comments last year, about what I felt was a flawed process on actually both sides, although on the green waste, I don't like the process, but I think the final result was good. We had retained the price. Both vendors were agreeable to it, so I'm okay with that, and the longer we delay this thing, there is a cost to ratepayers. The recyclable bid is problematic. I guess the question would be, had we actually negotiated the $10 a ton deal back last year, and with the dramatic change in commodity prices, I'm assuming there was no index, and I know this has happened in the past where a vendor has a long-term contract, major changes like in gas prices and market prices, and they come back to the council and say, I'm losing money, I need to either do an adjustment or do a new RFP. So it seems logical that had we executed a contract at $10, it wouldn't have worked. Am I correct? Or somebody would have lost a lot of money.
Well, and we had that conversation actually yesterday, or whenever we met. Someone had come back to this city manager now and say, "Listen, I just can't make it work." I said, "Well, then we'll terminate the agreement. We'll issue a new RFP." And I'm sorry to hear that it's not. And then the number would be reflected of whatever that new RFP. This city manager would not have been coming back and go, "Well, let's make a slight adjustment because their total costs have gone up and they got a 20-year deal and they just can't make it work."
Okay, so in essence, Mr. Kapikoff would either continue to absorb losses or come to the city and say, "Okay, mea culpa, made a mistake, and basically would go out to bid again. Probably, I'm assuming. And I think it's almost an unprecedented drop in oil prices and commodity prices. And I know this all too well with owning a few oil stocks. It's been very, very painful. Just to get a little history here, I talked to the city manager. So we're talking about getting up to $10 a ton, and in no case are we paying anybody, correct? We're not. The worst case is zero, right?
Well, I was looking for Tommy. I guess one of the concerns that Tommy and I have is that there's some language in here about contamination. If anything, I'd want it firmed up that any adjustments due to contamination, the city has 2 years to make adjustments, because I'm not clear on the language because I have not been part of the negotiations, and intentionally so. But what can happen is that someone starts rejecting loads because of contamination, and rather than paying us $1 a ton, they're going to take it out to American Landfill, and we're going to end up paying $18.50 or whatever to take it out there. So, Tommy, have you looked at the language and any further thoughts?
At a high level, but yeah, the rejecting of the loads, and it's something you see occasionally. A vendor will, commodity prices are down, things that are on the margin kind of get pushed over to the landfill, and things that aren't kind of stay with the commodity. So we would have wanted to see that contamination language done a little different, and that rejecting loads done a little differently.
Okay, so you don't like the way it's written right now?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with how that particular piece is crafted.
Okay, so you would prefer, if there was a new RFP, that be addressed and more specifically in the RFP?
Correct. Yeah, we and I think it would be fair to the market, to them to understand how we would want to deal with the particular contamination issue.
Okay.
Really, what we're talking about there is we would make a commitment to provide a product with a specification. We got to meet that. And just like them, they have a specification. They're going to provide a certain service. Right. If we don't deliver that specified quality, or they don't provide the specified, we both get an opportunity to cure. Right. And if we can't cure within a certain period of time, then we go to the next levels of what the contract will talk about.
And I'm assuming in the first contract, which was also flawed, that issue was unaddressed, correctly, the contamination? Or was?
No, I mean, everyone went into this, even the flawed process. I wouldn't call the first effort a flawed. It was it was an option to exercise extension that was already contained in the agreement. The second flawed process that you referred to, when we issued the RFP, we clearly, and it says on the bid sheets signed by both vendors, that the current contamination rate is 25%. So everyone knew what the contamination rate is with their eyes wide open.
So that was factored in the bids?
That was factored in the bid. It was at the bottom of the bid sheet. And in fact, Mr. Kapikoff, even if he's run into higher contamination rates, he hasn't charged us a dime. My point is, under the older agreement, the one where we're paying $15 or so a ton, in addition to paying $15 a ton, the previous vendor was also hitting us up for contamination charges.
Okay.
So the loss in that agreement was significantly higher than just the $15 a ton.
Okay. So in the old contract with Sunset Waste was like 2000 to about 2014. I think it was 2015 Mid-Valley went, right? Okay. And what was the contract was what? How much is it? $18.50 a ton? Is that we paid them?
I think it was $18.50 is what we were paying at the time. $18.55.
So for
plus contamination.
For roughly 15 years, we paid them $18.55 a ton. Is that correct?
Yes, you did.
So 30,000 tons, right? That's $550,000 a year we paid, and we should have been receiving.
Well, you throw in contamination, it was probably a little bit higher, but that's a good call.
Okay, let's say 600,000. So for 15 years, we paid a recycler.
We paid him to process it, basically.
Okay, we paid probably that's $8-9 million, right? Doing the math, when we should have been making money. Okay, all right. So we're making progress here as far as the city. Ratepayers are really making progress here.
Councilmember Brand, I don't know if we're going to get into contract negotiations from the dais.
I'm going to find out.
I don't think we should.
So
pursue
here's
that.
my point. Okay, I think both vendors have got outstanding, demonstrated records of providing good service to the city. This, in my opinion, I think that the whole process has been flawed, and I'd like to make a motion that we do an RFP and get it right in the final. If it takes 3 months, whatever, maybe we could do an accelerated timeline and get it right. And I'm not advocating one vendor or two vendors. Just get the process right, identify the issues of contamination and others, indexing, and maybe in 3 months the market's recovering. I hope it does, in my sake. I'd like to see this process improved, because it's hard to accept the way it's written right now for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Brand, can I clarify, if there is support for issuing a new RFP, would it be for half the product or 100% of the product?
I'm not sure. I could say whatever is determined to be the best way to do it.
Because what we could do is we could issue an RFP for half the product and then 100% of the product or material, and then council can make a decision based on those numbers when they see it.
I'd say, given the investment both by Mid-Valley and the carts, I would say, in fairness, I'd at least offer it both ways, okay? But I'd like to see both of them say that they've got a substantial amount of time invested, so I'm okay either way. I just like to see a better, improved, more transparent process.
Thank you.
Council, there is a motion pending, so you'd either have to treat that as a motion to amend or dispose of the first motion before you can make another motion.
Very good. I think we should dispose of the first motion before we go to a second. But we do have one more speaker, Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council, and also to our two haulers. Just wanted to kind of echo what my colleague, Councilmember Brand, has said. From the beginning, I've been dissatisfied with the process. I think it's a flawed process. I trust a professional city manager. I trust consultants, waste industry consultants, to come up with the right answer. I don't. So I won't be able to support finalizing what has been worked out between council and city attorney, simply because I think that it's just in terms of fairness and in terms of having the insulation between the elected body and the contractor. I think that when you, as a council body, we trust professional city management to do an RFP process, and then they go out to a consultant is a good idea to me. So then that way the elected body isn't working on trash contracts because the elected body doesn't have any experience in the waste industry. And so that was my feeling at the time. It's still my feeling. So I will support starting over and trying to do a different process and do it fairly. Thank you.
The screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Brandau, seconded by Member Baines. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? So we have, it passes 5-2 with members Olivier and Brand voting no. Okay, we're going to go to the 11 o'clock item in 5 more minutes. We need a quick break, and then we'll come right back out. 5 quick minutes. Being timeliness is next to godliness or something like that.
Well, good morning, and I appreciate you trying to keep us all on time very much. Karana Hattersley-Drayton here for the City's Historic Preservation Commission and for Development and Resource Management. I'm the Historic Preservation Project Manager for the city. This is a continued item. I have 4 slides, so I've squished a whole lot of information into the 4 slides. This is a continuation of the Parkside Dairy Golden State Company buildings located at 450 East Belmont Avenue for the local Register of Historic Resources, continued, of course, from January meeting. There are 2 separate building complexes on this parcel. Both are masonry brick construction, designed in a Mission Revival style. The milk bottling plant on the very corner in this composite photo, by the way. It was initially built in 1929, and then by 1940, in that little black and white on the bottom from a Fresno High School yearbook, it was a soda fountain, and the ice cream plant facing onto Roosevelt was constructed in 1932. And this is the parcel. It is all together with those two other vacant parcels, which are also owned by Producers Dairy, it is a 1.66 acre area. Oops. Property owner, Producers Dairy, proposes to remove these buildings to allow for additional truck parking on this 1.66 now acre parcel because of a loss of parking on a lease site further west due to the high-speed rail corridor. Temporary parking has been secured by High-Speed Rail Authority policy HCR2G in the 2015, that's my mistake, adopted general plan, directs staff to do a demolition review of all properties, all permits that are coming in. We have to consider them for the local register. We have reviewed normally 50 to 100 a year, and it's very, very rare for something to reach that level of threshold so that we send it to the commission. And in this case, we were truthfully tipped off by the constituents in the Tower District who have been concerned about these buildings for a while. On your January 28th date, you directed staff to consult with High-Speed Rail and consider other creative possibilities. Therefore, the item was continued. We did talk to High-Speed Rail. They feel that they have no responsibility for these buildings because they're outside their project footprint. Therefore, the federal funds that would normally be used for mitigation could not be applied, to these parcels per se. Commission recommendation and staff recommendation is to find the original, the brick portions of the building, 1929, 30, and 32 buildings, eligible for the local register. They're a unique streetscape, a real important avenue, if you will, as we go towards the zoo. They appear to be eligible under Criterion 3 as a rare expression in Fresno of mission revival and masonry brick. They're quite late for that style. This recommendation is also supported by the Tower District Design Review Committee that met and discussed it at a public hearing. And of course, to make life even more interesting, the buildings are addressed in the EIR that was prepared for the Tower District specific plan, and it is our understanding legally that these mitigations that were adopted back then as part of the specific plan are still in effect, and so the corner building in particular, pursuant to this EIR, would need to be preserved, whereas the street elevation of the second building, the building you're looking at that's closest to you in this one little picture, ideally the street facade would be protected. So that is the issue. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take this matter out to the public. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this item?
Mr. President and the councils, when you look in the news and around the world, they have all these beautiful old buildings, 1800s, 1500s, Mexico, everybody. But us, they tear up all of our buildings, come here and get something. I was born in 47, right here. They got something 1930. Those not old buildings. I think they're taking our property. This is not what they're supposed to have been doing. What happened to all the old buildings that we had in downtown Fresno, Southwest Fresno? Sal, you've been there so long. Your district, Mr. Bangs, our district. Bandu, you had a lot of buildings out there. All of you guys did. I watched this town grow. When I was born, they can't tell me nothing. That's why I come down here and fight, because it's personal to me. Come in my town over here, going to take it over. I don't think so. Not on my watch. Now, every time some come up here, they want this building here, the Tower District. Then they got to talking about the rail. How do we get to talk about the railroad, that old thing, the train coming through here, when we're talking about the old houses? That's two different things we're talking about. Now, Brown already said that San Jose is going to have that train come somewhere and stop to that mountain in Bakersfield. They don't have money. But they still tearing up this stuff. And look at that big pile of stuff over there by White Bridge and all that dirt and stuff. They're tearing up that old overpass coming in my eyes and face, and I can hardly see now. No, sir. Give them a limit on what they're going to do. Make an overall picture around here what they're going to take, but not one piece at a time what they think, what they want to do. Who are they? Maybe we got to investigate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the community wish to come forward and discuss this item? If you give us your name and address, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Schmidt. I'm at 1002 North Harrison Avenue, and I also am the development manager for Food Commons Fresno, which is the neighbor of this property at 504 East Belmont. Wanted to address a few things regarding the property and kind of neighborhood context. We employ 10 people at the building adjacent to it across Roosevelt on Belmont as a produce distribution center where we pack local produce. We've seen, since we started in May, a pretty big impact of the producers' operations on the neighborhood, especially during the dry weather and the trucks coming into there. The kind of dust fills the whole neighborhood, and so this kind of industrial use of that property concerns us in our operations as well as in the neighborhood context and the influence on residential that's right up against it. So we have concerns about if the building were to be torn down and the current use intensified, that's a further environmental impact on our operations as well as the kind of health of the community. Having worked in other neighborhoods like Southwest Fresno, when there are industrial uses directly adjacent to residential, it causes an ongoing impact that the neighborhood generally is not favorable of, especially when it comes to questions on intensifying that use rather than looking for ways to kind of scale that back and look at kind of alternates. One thing in our experience of working there, people often comment about those buildings and like, those are great looking buildings. We'd love to see something happen with them. So we'd definitely be supportive of them being adapted and reused and getting active. And any way that we could support that, we would be supportive of that. I also serve on the Tower District Design Review Committee. I recused myself from this item because of the proximity of the business that I work for. But know that the committee was strongly supportive of the buildings being kept as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning, Precious. Patience.
That. Good morning. My name is Patience Milrod. My business address is 844 North Van Ness Avenue in the Tower District. So in order to decide that these are not historic buildings, you would need to make some findings. And I don't know what facts you have before you that would allow you to make findings that these are not historic buildings worthy of inclusion on the local historic register. So I would just ask you to, this really isn't a question of what does producers want to do with the property. That is not actually the question that's before you. The question before you is, do these buildings qualify under criterion 3? And if you think they don't, then I'm looking forward to hearing on what basis you're drawing that conclusion. So the law of the land is that we preserve our historic buildings, actually for the reasons that Ms. Hunt described. It's personal to us. It matters to us. If you nuke our historic resources in order to feature truck parking on Belmont Avenue, we don't appreciate that. So if you could tell us, at least, have respect for us and tell us what facts you're relying on to make a finding that this is not a historic resource, we are looking forward to hearing that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Someone else like to come up? Good to see you, Doctor.
Good morning, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Bruce Odom. My address is 718 East Carmen in the Wilson Island Historic District. As Ms. Milrod mentioned, historic resources are very important to us in the Tower District and neighboring communities. It's important because those are a building block for stabilizing our neighborhoods. I don't believe that the demolition of these historic and rare buildings is going to stabilize our neighborhood. They're going to destabilize the neighborhood. And I would urge you to consider using historic resources that are available to us to stabilize our neighborhoods, to use them in a way that would be productive. I cannot see that intensified truck use in this neighborhood is going to do anything for the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I actually have cards that I overlooked for a moment. Casey Austin, would you like to address the council? Okay, Jeff, if you'd like to come first, that's fine.
Go ahead. I know everybody's seen these before, but if I'm going to...
You give us your name and address, and then we'll...
My name is Jeff Casley, 735 West Alluvial, Suite 104.
And if you can pull the microphone a little bit closer to you, we can hear you better.
735 West Alluvial, Suite 104, Fresno, California. And I am the Shahadi's architect and engineer of record and have been for 20 years. I'm going to hand these back out. I know all of you have seen them before, but it's just for the show and tell as we go through, and as you have questions, we'll point out some things that are on these exhibits. Do you need any more? I think I gave you enough. There we go. Thank you. All right, everybody knows why we're here. This thing has been continued. The situation that we find ourselves in as the producer's operation is right in the midst of a very, very large expansion. Well, let me backtrack just a little bit. Currently, Producers Dairy employs over 500 people in this facility, both this facility and the ice cream plant that's directly across H Street, which is the property that's being impacted by high-speed rail. We are currently in the process of finishing up a project that will increase our output of our main facility by 30%. In other words, we are going to be going from processing 1.5 million gallons per week, and that's only bottled milk. That's not counting the ice cream, that's not counting the sour cream or any of the other commodities that we produce. That means that when this goes online in about 2 months, that's going to jump to almost 2 million gallons a week. And with those associated additional outputs, you have additional employment, you have additional, the trucks are already there. Okay, the trucks are 1 block away. The trucks drive right past this every single day in movements back and forth from the property to as they drive out of town. One of the individuals got up and talked about the dust on the site. As part of this rehab of this particular site, it will be fully paved. All that dust situation will go away in this. There will be a sound wall built that will shield the noise of the trucks from the adjacent residential properties. That's all part of the plan that we're putting in place. The reality is that, this council has put millions of dollars into enticing businesses for additional employment to come into this town. We are a powerhouse of employment, and we have one of our latest project is 2 months away. I've already got the next expansion on the drawing board. So, it's going to be from 500 to 600 to 700 employees. And isn't that what, part of what this council is trying to do, is entice that? Well, you've got a homegrown one sitting right in the middle of a blighted area. They've been there since 1932, almost as long as these buildings have been built. And they've steadfastly remained in this particular area and have no intention of moving anywhere. And I think it's very important to Fresno. Does anybody have any questions for me right off the bat?
We'll call you back up if you have questions.
All right.
Thank you,
Go
Jeff.
ahead and let Casey.
Thank you. Ms. Austin?
Good morning. My name is Casey Austin, address 614 East Weldon Avenue. I'm with Austin Consulting. I'm representing Producers Dairy through their transition with the high-speed rail process. High-speed rail has worked with them to some degree. We are put in a temporary, we are not in a permanent location. I want to really make that clear. It's a very temporary, short-term location. And through this process, at the last meeting, it was to go to high-speed rail and see if they would possibly subsidize preserving this building. High-speed rail has made that very clear. They're not in the historic business. and they have no interest in helping preserve this building. So if you have any questions on that process, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the community wish to speak on this issue? Please come forward. Pardon me? On this item. It's the 11 o'clock. We've heard from you. Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward? Okay, we'll bring it up here. That would be Member Brandau. Sorry. Member Baines. I apologize.
Thank you. Let me just say that I appreciate my colleagues for allowing a little bit more time on this issue. And we may differ on the outcome today, but I do appreciate the extra time. And I just wanted to say really quickly that I did chat with high-speed rail, and it's not that they're not in historic preservation, that they can't spend money on a site that's outside of their alignment. It's illegal. So I think I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that they cannot, as a legal matter, spend any resources on this site. Karana, let me ask you a couple questions really quick. So, just to be clear, and I'll say this, and then I'll ask you questions, Karana. Just to be clear, I represent the district that this facility is in, and my community's made it very clear that they believe that this building, this site, should be preserved. So I'm extremely sympathetic to that. And my community cares very much about the character of its community and where we live. And they invest a lot of their own time in making sure that our community is preserved in the way that the community desires. And what they're really wanting is to have, when business comes into a community, to be partners. And I think to some respect, we may have missed that in this process, but we'll do what we can. Karana, have you reviewed any of the historic build? Have you reviewed any of the engineering, the structural engineering on the historic building on the site?
We have not been given any copies of any structural analysis. We've asked for that. I know one was done 15, 20 years ago from Brooks Ransom, but that's not been forthcoming, and we have asked for it.
Okay. Now, I know some has been done, right, Jeff? I think we... Can you come up really quick? Yeah.
Yes, that was done by Brooks Ransom, and it was probably closer to 18 years ago when that was reviewed, and that was back before all the use of computers and everything else. Everything's hand files, et cetera, and they were not able to locate that, those files. But I happened to work for them and then owned part of that business before I started my own. And the building is, first off, it's an unsound building. I mean, there are ways to fix anything, but it's how far do you go? I mean, how much money do you spend? Because those facades are held up by basically unstable building. You've all seen the pictures of the backs of those buildings, the crumbling brick and everything else.
And Jeff, let me jump in. I don't want to get too far afield of where my question is going. So they don't have, you guys have done a recent structural analysis, or no?
Not recent, no.
Okay, because I think we talked earlier and you led me to believe that you guys had done.
It was looked for by Rick Ransom, the owner of Brooks Ransom, and it was not able to be found.
Okay, so that's different than what I was led to believe earlier in our conversation.
It's very easy to go out there and take a look at this and see what the structure's like.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Jeff. I may call you back up. Karana? Karana, have you actually requested the structural plans?
Yes, both in person when Jeff and we've met, and also by email twice. Okay. But I do believe that if former, we've worked with Brooks Ransom in the past, and they do great work, and it very definitely is possible that 20 years ago or 15 years ago or however that they just could not find them.
Okay, and talk to me a little bit about the environmental assessment that has to occur. What does that involve, and how long is that going to take, and What is that supposed to produce as far as this property?
I will answer it a little bit, but I would defer to the city attorneys who probably are, who are much more knowledgeable.
I'll ask the city attorney, that's fine. It's probably Talia. With the environmental assessment that has to be done on this, what can we expect from this process, and what's the outcome?
Unfortunately, it's difficult to predict the outcome because it would most likely require an initial study to determine what level of environmental analysis is needed. But the preservation of the building and the facade is articulated in mitigation measures for the EIR for the Tower District Specific Plan. And in order to remove those mitigation measures, we would need to reassess either demolition or change or removal of the mitigation measures.
So you're saying that before they demolish the building, we've got to do the environmental assessment?
That's correct. An initial study would need to be prepared to determine the level that's needed.
Okay. So they won't be able to demolish the building tomorrow if this council were to not accept staff's recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay, so, okay. Jeff, let me talk to you again. So, when you kind of walk me through how much it's going to cost, because my argument is that I would like for you all to preserve the facade, as I think everyone's heard me say that, and I've shared it with you directly. Walk me through why you don't think that's feasible, and
There are two reasons. First off, the estimated cost of what it would take, and I explained to you, I think, when we talked earlier.
And let me just be clear. I want my colleagues to hear our conversation earlier. So, yeah.
All right. The way that, and by the way, I did the retrofit to the Fresno Water Tower. I've done it to the to several hospitals. One, the General Hospital in the Monterey Peninsula, in San Francisco, et cetera. The way that these things are preserved, because these are unreinforced brick buildings. They wouldn't even be allowed to be built in today's seismic rules and regulations. You have to go in and you do an entire grid of drill and epoxy anchors. You have to put piers, a steel structure in behind this. And then you go in and you do a whole grid of reinforcing on the inside face. And then you put 3 inches of shotcrete, much like you do to a swimming pool, on the back side. And then that's just the structural aspects. Then you have to go back in order to preserve that. All the brick has to be repointed. That has to be cleaned. It's got lead paint all over it. That was done long before we owned the piece of property. So there's a whole series of things, and it's going to be somewhere between $550,000 and $650,000 to preserve the facades. Now, the second part of this problem is those buildings are built a certain distance back from the property line, and if you look at one of your exhibits, I believe it's the second of the larger sheets, you will see the first sheet is the actual site as it exists now, the first large sheet, and then the second large sheet is a study in how many trucks we can get on the site. If you'll see, the buildings are set approximately 15 feet back from the property line and the fence line, and if those facades are maintained in their current position, then the truck angling and the truck maneuvering on the site will not work. Can you see those things now? The back of the trucks are up against the dark property line, and then if you go to the first large sheet, you will see that those buildings sit well back from that large property line.
Okay, and so thank you for explaining that. You mentioned when you were up here something new I hadn't heard, the construction of a sound wall.
Yes.
And I don't. Where would you propose? I mean, where are you proposing that go?
If you look at the second large sheet, you will see Belmont, and you look at the directly opposite side of the piece of property that's parallel to Belmont, and you will see a sound wall that is built all the way along. Then that's up against the residential properties.
Okay. I'm curious. Did the Tower District Review Committee know about that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Those exact same exhibits that you're looking at were the same ones we've used all the way through this process with all the different groups.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Patience, I'm just going to call you down and see if you have anything you'd like to add on the record on this item.
I do believe the sound wall has never come to the design review committee for approval. If they're going to put the sound wall up, they could probably just replicate the brick facade. I don't know how that works, but a few concerns. One is the Historic Building Code. Jeff didn't reference the Historic Building Code, but it makes a number of allowances for things like lead paint. So it would be very valuable. I want to say again, I don't think this is the right basis to make this decision. This is either a historic building or it's not, and that's really all that's before you. But you're practical people, and so I understand you want to hear how much it's going to cost and whatnot. I would strongly suggest that we don't have any reliable indication of what it would cost to restore this. We don't know that the historic building codes have been taken into account, and we don't have any information that's at all recent, any engineering studies, anything, except the words from the individual whose job it is to get you to say this is not historical, and who has maybe maybe we don't have the very best information about what this is going to cost. So it may be a little alarmist, the reports that you're getting. So I would take all that into account. I'd also take into account the fact that there's $1.something million coming to producers from high-speed rail. And obviously, high-speed rail cannot spend money on this parcel, but they are compensating producers for loss of their current truck parking. So there's really we haven't heard why and how those funds are being used to purchase additional truck parking or otherwise to replace the resources that are being lost. So we would respectfully suggest that it's very appropriate for this council to say, A, y'all haven't been good stewards of this property up to now, and so you have a certain responsibility to the neighborhood in any event, and B, we don't really have a good way of figuring out whether or not using the two lots that are to the south of these, including those. I don't have this big sheet A and sheet B or whatever, so I don't know if they're included, but apparently those areas are also available. So the angling and movement of trucks, I'm not clear whether that's actually precluded or whether, I haven't seen the drawings. But there's money to be spent, and it's apparent that we don't have a good idea of how much producers can accomplish with that funding on that site. High-speed rail isn't going to pay for it, but they have to compensate producers. Producers now has money in its hands to make this site workable for it. So it looks to us as though what they want to do is just level what's there, because someday they're going to do something else with it. And they'd much rather use high-speed rail's money for that purpose than to preserve the historic resource of which they're stewards.
Thank you, Patience. Jeff, really quick, one final thought. How is producers spending the compensation, the $1 million, and why isn't any of that being contemplated for
First off, after having my credibility as an architect impugned slightly, Patience does not have the correct information. Okay. We have not come to a deal with high-speed rail. They have not authorized any transfer of funds, and the $1.2 million she is speaking of is a hard bid from our contractor, who is currently doing our $14 million expansion right down the street for demolishing the buildings, doing the asbestos abatements, doing the lead paint abatements, repaving, hooking in. That site has absolutely no...
so in other words, you don't have any compensation from high-speed rail at this point?
But that 1.2 is what it's going to cost for our contractor to simply get...
So those are the hard costs?
That's the hard costs.
Okay. All right. Okay. Council, I'm going to stop my line of questioning and allow a couple of council members want to talk, but my basic premise is I would have liked to have seen at least an actual analysis done, current analysis done on what the facade preservation would be. I think that is not an unfair request at all, given what's at stake here today. And I would agree with some of the community members that I'm not exactly sure an argument has been made that this building is not a historic resource. So the actual question before us, unfortunately, I think we're going to be arguing about something else, but the actual question before us, I don't think that we can legitimately answer as this not being a historic resource. So I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation.
We have a motion and by Member Bain, seconded by Member Sawyer. Member Brandau, you're up.
Jeff, I'd like to call you up just for a second. All right. On this handout that you passed out, which we did have the first time we spoke, it's got a page where you show the layout of the trucks.
Yes.
Right? Now, I think a lot of people, and obviously this layout does not work with buildings, even facades really being right here.
Yeah, they move 15 feet into the property along those two facade lines. So that 15 feet is what makes or breaks actually getting that third line of trucks in there.
Right, so to the untrained eye, they might think, well, you're probably going to affect maybe 2 or 3 truck trailers down there. But what you're saying is it affects the whole layout of your schematic for...
Yes.
So you'd lose a lot of trucks and a lot of production, and you'd have to do something else with it, right?
Yes, and Casey touched on this just for a second. We have a temporary parking facility, and this is the old OK Produce. The biggest problem with OK Produce, first off, we're using this site because we have no choice. We don't have this site. They're infringing on our ice cream plant site that is very close to us. And each one of the truck movements, which we have over 100 truck movements a day going one direction, takes about 15 minutes longer, a little less than 15 minutes, than to go to OK Produce's site than when we were going to the ice cream plant right directly behind us. So that 15 minutes a day times 100 truck movements is huge in when you're putting out 1.5 million gallons a week out of that site, the movement of trucks and the ability to stage all of that is a very, very fine dance.
Right. And you're going through several different phases of expansion, right?
Absolutely. I've got the next one on the board. The one that's going on right now is going to be about this. Basically, they've got a huge contract expansion, several of them, as a matter of fact. But one particular, let's just say, a big box store. They now are all the way all of the stores from North LA to the Oregon border. That is requiring us to do an entirely new bottling line because this particular group likes things done their own way, which is all new equipment, all new things. These guys are putting in $14 million of their own money in to make this expansion, which will then have additional jobs created, etc. I've got the next one. We're going into an organic milk line. I've got that project on the drawing boards right now. So that's the next phase down the road.
Right.
And that's happening now.
And, if we just continue to kick the can down the road on some of these decisions, it affects all of that.
Yep, it does.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
Yep, you bet.
I'd like to call up Leanne. So, Leanne, you and I have a wonderful time discussing high-speed rail.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Occasionally, we agree. So, producers and high-speed rail, we gave high-speed rail a little bit of extra time, and I was the one that made the motion that we give them a little extra time to see if there was any way we could save this building, move this building, reconstruct it somewhere else later, or right now, get it off the property, let producers continue, and yet, quote, save the building. But really, high-speed rail couldn't do anything about that. That's what we're hearing, right?
And just so you know, I was representing producers in that process in seeing if there was someplace else that we could find for them to park the trucks, or if there was something that high-speed rail could do in this process. Because obviously we know producers is one of those businesses here in Fresno that we all want to keep.
Right.
They were on that list of what can we do to make sure that we can help them grow and keep them here. We were not able to find another suitable location for them to park those trucks. And while I certainly understand the importance of old buildings, it's not just about truck parking. This is part of their business. You have to park those trucks there. You have to park them in a place that can be enclosed so that we have the safety issue of the milk. So there were a lot of things that went into that process of finding a suitable place for them to park those trucks so that they could get the milk production. We had 5 locations that we looked at, and none of those actually worked. This was... OK Produce was the temporary one because that's going to be gone soon.
Right.
So this was really the only location that was going to fit all of those criteria. And high-speed rail by law cannot help with that.
And high-speed rail what?
By law cannot help with that.
I cannot help with the saving
it's
of that building.
outside of their purview, yes.
Right. Well, that definitely is one of the areas that we do agree about with high-speed rail. And I'll take this moment to say you've done a good job. EDC's done a very good job with being on the front line for our Fresno businesses, interacting with high-speed rail authority. So you're going out, you're going to bat for Fresno businesses, which was one of my major concerns early on with high-speed rail impacting our community. And now these are the type of little dilemmas that we find ourselves in.
Absolutely.
Due to this project. And so it seems like we've all tried our best, but in my mind, council, we can't continue to jeopardize the well-being of this company, our citizens, our residents that work for this company, both now and in their future plans. So we gave them an extra month. We found out our answers relatively quick, and I'm not going to be supporting adding this to the historical register, so I'm going to vote no to the motion today. But I do want to say, and thank you, Leanne, because I'm really not talking to you now. I appreciate that. Thank you. When this came to us a month ago, there were 5 locations that we were asked to consider for historical preservation. We quickly waved through 4 of them. So I am fine with supporting that when I think it's the right thing to do. In this instance, on the fifth location, I think that we need to allow producers to move forward and be a benefit and asset to our community. So I'll be voting no on that today. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Member Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just have a few questions. Jeff, how long has producers owned this property?
Approximately 23 years.
What have they done to try and keep the building structurally, or was the plan is just let them fall apart and let's use it for parking?
That was never the plan. We had actually kicked around early on before I started with them, and it's been about 20 years ago now. They were contemplating an ice cream plant, but through various things that wasn't economically feasible for them at that time. The condition of those buildings, as you see them right now, was done before we purchased those buildings. We secured the site. That place was a den of prostitutes and drug addicts, and we got rid of all that. That damage was done by other people prior to us.
Okay.
Owning it.
All right, but I'm talking about the structure itself. You really didn't do too much to try and keep it up or anything like that. It was more for parking. And the intent was to eventually knock down the buildings for parking?
We've kicked this around several different times. Ice cream has come back up over the last 15 years. But when you're, your business, when you're creating a business, you're not necessarily going, oh, well, I'm going to do that. You're going to do what's economically feasible and is the best step. And in case anybody hasn't noticed, over the last 15 years, we have leapfrogged back and forth across that piece of property. It is now like one of the #1 quality milk producers in the country. And we've done that over many years. It started with building the new office on the corner. Then where Hoppy's Head was, we did a high-speed milk processing center. Then we moved to the back, high-speed milk offloading from the tankers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so money's been being spent out there on creating, we're probably twice as big as we were 10 years ago. That's where the money's been going.
I know they bought some of the properties along Palm Avenue south of
Yes.
Belmont over the years for parking. I've seen that
Yes.
occur.
Yeah,
But-
where Marute is and some of those other things in there, yes, because we've had to have, as we've grown and needed more trucks, we've had to push off the smaller delivery trucks off to a site. We've had a couple of streets that we've abandoned in order to give us connectivity to our various buildings.
You also referenced, on your comments to Councilmember Baines regarding a sound wall between the property and the neighborhood. So, what are you going to do in terms of the property line that's along Belmont? Is that going to have a sound wall as well?
No.
Just a chain link fence.
That's going to have a security fence on it, yes, but keep in mind that those trucks drive 100 trips a day on Belmont Avenue. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to protect Belmont Avenue from truck noise?
City manager, what is Belmont designated as? Thoroughfare, street?
It's not. It's probably an arterial.
A what?
An arterial.
So we allow big trucks like that
Yes,
to go on
so
there?
it's on a designated
Okay.
truck route.
Got it. Okay.
And
Thank
so you know that both of those sites, that particular site is CM, which is commercial industrial.
Now, didn't early on when conversations were going on about high-speed rail and how it was going to be located, there was one of the initial plans to get rid of the original site where they're located now, and also the Tapatia Tortilleria, and then they decided to go over it or something?
Well, what happened was this, is the alignment cut off a part of our frontage along Belmont Avenue, which was a poor plan because of the fact that our plant's worth $100 million, and
I just want to know what the result was.
So what happened was the smarter thing to have done is realign slightly to the north, so you're taking up some of the more blighted buildings on the other side, other than the expensive. But then they did a whole realignment, and it turns out that it really isn't happening the way they were
So
originally
it didn't
intended.
really help your parking in that area?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Leanne, for looking maybe for alternate sites for their parking, to me, just from looking, is that along Golden State Boulevard, at Olive and Golden State, that old Kmart property that's vacant, that wasn't an option, or any of the old motels that are along there?
And certainly those were ones that we looked at and we proposed. But we're talking about when you have to drive from their site over to there. I mean, right now, what they're talking about is the loss of income in those 15 minutes that they have to drive in those 100 trucks, and what you have to build around those areas to keep those trucks safe overnight and while they're parked there. So when they looked at that return on investment and cost on what that would be, anything too far away from their plant of where they are was really not cost effective for them.
Doesn't appear that far to me from Olive to Belmont.
You looked at those, Jeff? What's that? I'm sorry. The alternative sites that we gave you, and the cost effectiveness of taking the trucks there?
Yes, some were not even available. We even tried to purchase. Forgetting I need to be on the microphone. We even tried to purchase the ones, there's 2 empty pieces of property directly across 8th Street, right adjacent to our site. I mean, we explored these things.
I'm talking about Golden State Boulevard by Olive.
Yeah,
and
I know
Golden
where he's
State.
talking about.
Well, then why are you talking about 8th Street?
Well, I was saying that we did several different possibilities, Sal.
I got you.
Okay. We looked at those sites, and our biggest concern in those areas was that the security for number one, because as you go off in that direction, it becomes a little dicey, at least on the OK Produce. And we even looked at the city yard as an option. But the problem is maneuvering trucks takes a very special site. And maneuvering through even the city yard, even though they have trucks, there's turns and twists and everything else to get to the location where they wanted us to park the trucks. OK Produce came out to be the best temporary site. And remember that all of these sites at this point, other than the ones that we actually tried to purchase directly behind us, would have been temporary sites anyway. Still doesn't change the fact that we still need a permanent site.
Is the OK Produce site you're talking about, is that the one that's in the neighborhood, right?
No, it's on G Street. It's just down G Street past the city yard.
I was thinking of their old place.
Yeah, but that's being impacted the same way our ice cream plant is.
Yeah.
You know, the big problem here is up until about 3 months ago, we didn't really realize that this was as big a problem as it was because they were only going to take 40 feet of our property. And it turned out to be 125 instead. Well, that 125, or that extra 80 feet, 90 feet, displaced 48 trucks from being able to park. And it's a big deal. It's almost half of our fleet.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And
if I could just add, some of those sites that you were talking about too will be impacted by high-speed rail. So
yeah, I know
you know
that.
they're not going to be able to park the trucks there while they're doing construction.
That's why I was asking about the alignment on that area there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Karana, at the close of your presentation, you mentioned made a small mention of the second building.
Right. Let me.
What were your comments on that?
It's probably easier to see them both. The building to the left is the one that faces Roosevelt. There's two separate buildings, 1929, 30, 32. And again, we're only talking about the masonry portions, not the add-on parking in the back. And what I mentioned was the mitigation, specific mitigations in the EIR. There's my understanding that the 1929 building that faces the corner that became the soda fountain, that was required to be preserved as a mitigation measure. There was some room, if you will, manipulation room for that second building, the building that's to the left of that picture, 1932 building, to try to save the facade if it was structurally possible, something like that. But you have the language in your staff report. Mm-hmm. I didn't try to throw that all up here, but there was just a little difference in the way they were treated in the mitigation measures from the EIR.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with those buildings. Nick and I used to drag them in, and that's one of the corner we turned there. So I'm familiar with that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Brand.
A lot of the questions that I was going to ask have already been addressed by Member Brandow. But just general observation is that this producers have been here about 100 years, or how many generations. This was not something they did voluntarily. They were compelled to do it because of the high-speed rail alignment, and will go to considerable expense to demo the building. And honestly, looking at the pictures, I've seen this before. I mean, I understand it's been there a long time, but it's really in pretty decrepit condition. I've heard comments about, we want to preserve the area. I don't see how this improves the area as it looks right now. So I will be opposed to the item today, and hopefully the producers can move forward and find a way to expand their operations and employ more people in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm going to have a few questions, but I'm going to make just some few remarks. So I believe this issue has been reviewed by our Historic Preservation Commission, our community panel, and I believe that we entrust these individuals that, in terms of the advice that they provide, and even our own expert staff that we have on board. I believe that each of them have stated that they believe there is historic value in saving this building or the facade at minimum. I don't think that there are any comments that have been made up on the dais that have contradicted that in making those contrary findings. I acknowledge the value of Producers Dairy and what you guys have done in the contributions to the community. However, I have to balance, too, the impact in the community. And I think that my council colleague, Oliver Baines, made some very important comments, which I agree with. I know that additional truck traffic, loss of historic landscape in the community, and trucks moving and idling on the lot closer to residential than their current location. And so we see that there will be community impacts in terms of the intensification of using that lot. I do want to just kind of figure out, I know from the comments made over here, maybe Karana, you can help me, but I want to understand really what is our city's policy for finding that a building is deemed to be historic? What are some of those things? I don't know if you can tell me and kind of go through with me in terms of the process.
Yeah, it's pretty clearly outlined in the ordinance, Historic Preservation Ordinance, which is part of Fresno Municipal Code, and I think you've got those sections in your staff report. But for the benefit of the public, buildings have to normally be 50 years of age, and they have to be significant under one or more areas, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, whether they're important in the commerce, the history, the social history of an area, whether they're attached to a particular individual or ethnic group, whether they are an exemplary example of architectural type, et cetera. And although I think one could have made a point that these were also eligible under one, perhaps that's my failure to push that. As early dairy buildings, these are really early, and they've been there, for 70, 80 years, 90 years. They are very unusual for their style, their Mission Revival style. And we know Mission Revival when you walk across the street and you look at the Santa Fe Depot. And Mission Revival was a very important commercial building style used once in a while for residential, the Helm Home on L Street, but mostly used for commercial, but not usually built in brick and not this late. And so it was that whole street elevation, this really very unique quality that the commission and members of the public and Tower District early on, 25 years ago, I think as a matter of fact, found these eligible for being historic resources under at this case now, under our ordinance and under Fresno Municipal Code.
So there are certain criteria, right, that each building has to meet before it's deemed, or you guys recommend it deemed to be in the registry. So nowhere in that criteria or in that determination are we to take consideration of economic impacts to the property owner? Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
And
I know that seems harsh, but that is correct.
Right. And I think for purpose of what we're doing today, I think that some of our residents made it clear to us up here that the question today before the council should be clear is whether these buildings are deemed historic or not, right? Not whether should we be taking into account the nature of the historic of these buildings only if it doesn't cause an economic impact to the owner. Is that correct?
I think you're correct. It's hard for a real wild right-brained person like myself to always be as specific, but that is exactly the issue that's before you, not the issue of demolition. The only reason that we've added other information is to make it clear that there are mitigation measures here. So even if you do not designate these today, and I think this has already been pointed out, there will not be a demolition permit issued tomorrow. There will be an EA, an environmental impact of some kind that will have to be done.
So for me as an attorney, and for purpose of the question, I know that today I am being asked to make that determination whether those facts that you guys have or the findings that you guys have made, actually we should be deeming these buildings historic. And so I'm going to base my decision off really the criteria that we have. I also really take to heart what the community has to say in terms of the community impacts with this intensification of usage. I think that that's important. And so as I did second my council colleague's motion, I do believe in the value of historic preservation. We know that here in the city of Fresno, we have lost so many historic treasures, and that's a reality. And so I do not wish to be part of destroying another potential one, because I don't believe that we have made a case against not deeming them historic today. So I would say that I would actually support further study that was discussed to give us a definitive answer on the historic value of these buildings. And that's kind of where I'm at in terms of my perspective. I did want to ask, because I know that there's a cost to it, are there grants available for historic preservation or any funds?
And that actually was a question that was asked last time. What creative ideas can we come up with? And of course, we haven't had a whole lot of time. There can be grants for designated historic buildings. The city per se doesn't have. There's not a big pot of money in my office. I wish there were. And we're actually trying to work on some things like the Mills Act, whatever. Designated historic buildings, however, do have a few perks that can really make a difference. One is the use of the California Historical Building Code, which is a much more flexible way to meet health and safety. And so we're working right now with some downtown property owners on that, and how you can get what you want and still, get your project, et cetera. There are some perks under the zoning ordinance, and there are also, even though it's not designated, the property owners, should they decide to rehabilitate them, could immediately claim a 10% federal tax credit. If it were National Register, then it would be a 20%, but that's a much more rigorous process. So right now, let's say, Joe Smith owned these and wanted to fix them up and spent, let's say, the $500,000 or $100,000, they could apply for a 10% federal tax credit.
So there are some potential resources.
Yeah, and we've mentioned a few of them in your handout, but there's no, unless it's, sometimes there's some downtown, well, you're already talking about some federal and state grants for downtown projects and other sorts of tax credits, but that's outside my expertise, I have to say.
And have you guys explored, Jeff, have you guys explored any of those types of funding?
To be completely honest with you, we're not aware of any funding, and the people that deal with the historic buildings all the time apparently aren't really all that knowledgeable about what's out there. So, to be honest with you, we haven't even gone down that road. I mean, we've tried. We sat around and waited while we tried to get high-speed rail to pay for something and various things, but at this point, this isn't. To be honest, I don't agree with the level of the thought of the importance of these buildings. And that's fine. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. Like I've said before, I've done historical retrofits. I did the most famous one in this town. But when I have this ability to actually weigh cost to benefit, when it gets so far out of line, I mean, I have to look at it as, that it needs to go this direction.
And I know that you mentioned that high-speed rail is not helping you guys and can't help you guys, right?
Correct.
That's what you guys, but you guys, they did take, how many feet of your land did they take?
They took, and it's really not, and the reason, okay, let's back up just a second. Okay, the ice cream plant that's being impacted is not our main producer site. Our main producer site is obviously Belmont and Palm. Mm-hmm. Okay, directly behind us, 8th Street is there at the angle, then the railroad tracks, and right on the other side of those railroad tracks is a cold storage plant. When the whole ice cream plant idea was going on, after the costs were analyzed and everything else to put it on this particular piece of property, that existing cold storage plant came up for long-term lease. On that piece of property, which is where we park all of our trucks as they're waiting for their tractors to come pick them up and take them out of town, it was supposed to be 40 feet, which we could have worked with. We wouldn't be having this discussion right now. High-speed rail all of a sudden jumped it to 125. They had a.
So are you guys getting compensated for that taking at all?
The compensation is based on what our hard and soft costs are to actually make this move. But again,
what about the loss of property?
It's not our property. It's a leased property, long-term lease.
Okay, I see.
which is currently under receivership, and there's all kinds of legal.
But, so the cost that you guys are going to be reimbursed for is for the relocation?
Relocation, the contractor's hard costs. It's not as simple as just going in. You think you just go down and throw paving down. We're going to be required to redo all the sidewalks, all the curb and gutter. We have to put in, there's no infrastructure on that piece of property. And there never has been. There's no storm drain, none of that stuff. And that stuff costs a lot of money. You're going to be doing street work. We're going to be doing a bunch of things to that site to make it a clean site. It may not be what you want it to be, but it's going to be a professionally done, brand new, site. It's going to be clean. It's going to be dust free. It's going to be all of those things.
Okay.
So we're not just, halfway doing it, throwing some oil down on the ground.
Thank you. So just to wrap up, and I appreciate, again, as I mentioned before, I appreciate the business and the jobs that you guys provide for the community, but I think for me the question is clear, and I don't think that I could vote otherwise to support the staff recommendation given what I have in front of me. So today I believe the second to Councilmember Bain's motion.
You have been noted as the second. Councilmember Olivier.
Okay. I will speak to the value of this building as a historic resource. I'm curious, what if this board today votes to accept staff recommendation? Someone tell me what happens next. Anyone?
The building would, assuming that Mayor Swearingen approves that, would be put on the local register of historic resources. And
in its current condition, a boarded up, graffitied mess, it's going to be listed on a historic.
Well, right now it's a boarded up graffiti mess.
So
apparently,
take it down. I see pictures of boards, which
right.
this council prohibited. I see graffiti. I see a mess. So if we protect it today, how long does it exist in this condition?
No, that's an excellent question. There is in the ordinance, the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Fresno Municipal Code, a whole section on minimum maintenance. And we do go after, with the help of code, to enforce minimum maintenance standards. Now, minimum maintenance is not the same thing as code violations. So, for example, something that's a code violation, there can be something that's a violation of the ordinance, like you've torn out the windows or something.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but under current city laws and codes, this can go on in perpetuity, forever and ever, as long as it keeps up its minimum maintenance standards.
Well,
this eyesore can continue to exist for how long?
I feel set up.
Well, I'm sorry. In my opinion, in its current condition, it's not in good shape.
Right, and it's not
architecture. Being an architectural treasure, I will grant, and that we'll put that aside. Right. But in its current condition how long can it exist?
Well, right now it's not a designated historic building. If it were designated,
yes,
then we would have
today.
some more tools, if you will, to enforce it looking better than it looks. But you can also do something called mothballing, which means trying to preserve it in place. I'm not quite sure what you want me to say.
I want to know what we as an organization can do to make this look maybe like the train station. Can we force producers to make this look like a train station?
We would have more teeth to enforce it being aesthetically, structurally pleasing than we have now, I think. But
what would the timetable be on that until we could begin to see changes on the property?
Well, I think it'd be very useful to have the support of this council on not just this, but all historic buildings, or even all vacant buildings, to be truthful.
We did approve 4 out of 5.
That's right.
2 weeks ago. But on this particular one, how long until we start to see improvement? I mean, folks from producers, representing producers, like how long, if the council votes to... Because I'm unhappy with its current condition. I don't think it's a healthy looking edifice.
I believe that it would, if you were to break down what minimum maintenance means, that you would be no happier with that building 10 years from now.
If this council votes to make this, to designate this today, how does that change your
moving forward
Sure.
with our expansions?
Sure.
It changes it drastically. You know, first off...
No, I'm talking about in terms of this building. I mean, will you, tomorrow, do you begin the restoration of the building?
It won't be, minimum maintenance does not mean restoration.
So that you have no intention of ever restoring this and turning it into a sandwich shop?
Right now, the reality is we're spending tens of millions of dollars in investing in expanding our company. We don't have any interest in bringing this one up to its 1930s or 1940s glory.
Could you put, if this body were to not designate it, could you put, would you put a plaque or something, no, I'm serious, everybody, lead?
Yeah.
Could you put something that designates that it used to be there?
Former location.
Former site of?
Yeah. That would be a very doable thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Member Olivier, they did that at Cesar Chavez Educational Center because that was, I think, an original State Center Community College. And so they have a plaque.
I think that would be very nice.
Yeah, just to confirm what you're asking. Well, the screen is clear, so concluding comments by me. Basically, I generally strongly support historic preservation, but I think we must temper that with practicality. And so, in my mind, I'm asking myself, if I do not support this, will it make a species, for lack of a better word, extinct? In other words, would Mission Revival style be finished in Fresno? And the answer is in page 3 of 5. There are many commercial examples of Mission style in Fresno, most striking the Santa Fe Depot, Bank of Italy, San Joaquin Grocers Wholesale. So there's plenty, Tinker Mission Chapel. So there's plenty of examples on a commercial basis and even on a residential basis. The Helm Home, 1901, the Johnson Home, and others. So it seems to me that this would not make this particular architectural style extinct. And the practical side of me says that in the current condition and the cost and all the factors that are involved, I can't support the motion today. So with that in mind, we have a motion to accept staff recommendation by Councilmember Baines. We have a second by Councilmember Soria. So a yes vote is to preserve staff recommendation of preserving the structure. A no vote on the electronic screen would be not to preserve it. Everyone understand? I trust. Yeah. Technology doesn't always come through for us. All right, we have, it will not be preserved. The votes are 3 yeses, Quintero, Baines, and Soria. The no votes are Capriolio, Brandau, Olivier, and Brand. So that, thank you all very much for all your input and information. It was a great hearing we had just now. We'll adjourn for a recess for lunch. We'll adjourn until 1:30 and take up our ceremonial process at that time. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Cindy. take care of them and get them back out protecting us in the streets of Fresno. So Rodney Lowry, Executive Director of Fresno Police Chaplaincy, please come up, as well as your other members that you'd like to have come down. Okay, well, my staff and I recently heard about Support Blue Fresno, and Laura Rios in the back, my chief of staff, brought that to our attention, and we thought, wow, this is great. Once we heard about it, we knew it was a great way for the council, all those that are absent and present, to get involved in supporting our local law enforcement. So, what this is all about is Support Blue is a perfect avenue for all of us in the community, all of us in this room, and everybody in the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno to show support for these officers, support and show them that we truly care about what they do and the service they provide our community. So, Support Fresno, Support Blue Fresno, it's a grassroots effort. We're going to broaden the support of men and women in our community, and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
You bet, you bet. We understand that stereotyping all the time is harmful. And law enforcement, we want to make sure that we don't get stereotyped, and just recall everybody's attention that for every bad incident that we need to deal with, and those are out there are thousands and thousands and thousands of officers making thousands and thousands of contacts every day that go extremely well. And what we want to do is just draw attention back to where it should be and begin to build education and a better trusting community relationship, because our Fresno PD officers are your neighbors. We live here, we work here. We are part of the community. There never needs to be any divisiveness between the two.
You know, just to support that, I can remember back in the Roosevelt High School days when the town was a lot smaller, that everyone knew their beat officer, the law enforcement officer that was in your community, and you got to know him, and it was a very good relationship, and you knew you could always rely on them, and they'd always be there. And so we're trying to get that kind of support back into Fresno. We've grown. We're over 500,000 people in our city. So even though we've grown that large, we want to bring back those traditional values, that traditional relationship between law enforcement and the citizens, and particularly the children, particularly the youngsters in our city. They need to have and understand the trust that's available from law enforcement to them and their families. So with that in mind, we have a proclamation here, and we're going to have Madam Clerk read it, and this is from the entire council. And Madam Clerk, if you do the honors, please.
Whereas Support Blue Fresno was established by the Fresno Police Chaplaincy as a grassroots effort to broaden support for men and women who protect our great city while preventing the current national anti-law enforcement narrative from gaining traction locally. And whereas Support Blue Fresno formed in response to the effects of civil unrest caused by deteriorated relationships between law enforcement and residents in communities across the nation. And whereas Support Blue aims to foster trust and confidence between officers and the community they serve while providing opportunities for community members to visibly show support for their law enforcement. And whereas these efforts provide education to our youth and community members to enhance relationships and understandings with officers in order to restore trust and mutual respect. And whereas through encouraging participation and Support Blue Fresno, we can close the gap in relationships, educate one another to build mutual respect, and learn from past events to ensure the safety of our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Fresno City Council members, do hereby applaud Support Blue Fresno for broadening support for our police officers who dedicate their lives to ensuring public safety for everyone in the city of Fresno. Be it further resolved that we, Fresno City Council members, do hereby proclaim February 27, 2016 to be Support Blue Fresno Day.
Let's have a round of applause for law enforcement. Now, today, usually we give a day presentation for the day that it's presented. That would be today. Why the 27th? That's Saturday. Well, guess what? Saturday is when all this comes to fruition by virtue of 5 and 7K. 5 and 10K. So give us a little bit of information about that.
Right now, we've got about 500 registered to run. Saturday it starts at 8:15. Most importantly, Fresno PD and all of our equipment will be out there. Canine, everybody loves the canine, everybody loves the horses. They'll be there. But maybe even more important than that, Dutch Brothers will be out there serving free drinks. Right, ladies, gentlemen? And Chick-fil-A will be out there with free sandwiches. And we invite you to come on out, be a participant in our run or walk.
Well, not only are we inviting all of you, and by the way, there's going to be a lot of Roosevelt kids there, just so you know, But not only are we just inviting all of you, we are challenging each and every one on the dais to show up Saturday morning. 7 a.m. starts a little bit later, but come and join us. I know Member Brandau is going to support the blue. You see the
5K walk for me.
5K walk,
not run.
okay.
I think Councilman Brand's going to run. I think Chief Dyer's doing a 26-mile marathon, but I'm going to do the 5K walk.
Sounds good. Chief Dyer, you going to do an ice bath on this one too, maybe? Would you like to say a few words, Chief? For those that don't know, this is Chief Jerry Dyer. He said all the good stuff.
He said all the good stuff.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I'm late. I was running a little bit behind. But, today's a very challenging time for us in law enforcement, for the officers that are out there on the streets. And they've always had a challenging and difficult job, very complex job. But what we've seen here this last year is an increased level of violence against officers. And I know we've had 4 different incidents since December where police officers were shot at in our city. As recently as a couple of nights ago. And it's unfortunate that people out there are defiant. And many of these individuals that find their way into that gang lifestyle, not only out there shooting each other, but also obviously targeting our police officers. So be in prayer for them. We are very thankful to our chaplaincy for doing what they do in supporting our officers and some of the challenges that they face day in and day out, and for what they're doing now with Support Blue. It does my heart good, and I know it does the officers' hearts good to see how much outpouring of love there is for police officers in this community by the good people. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good to have you here. Thank you, sir. All right. Oh, we need a photo op. Photo op. It's a tradition. Not that big, you know? Yes.
Perfect, yes.
Oh.
Okay, I think the next item is going to be presented by Councilmember Clint Olivier.
All right. Every Thursday here at Fresno City Council, we honor very special people, extraordinary people with great accomplishments, and frequently we name them, we give them their own day, and we name the day after them. And so we've seen some very fantastic people with a lot of great accomplishments come through these doors to be honored. But today is really extraordinary. We have someone in our community, Nathan Bond. How old are you, Nathan?
9.
Okay, 9 years old. Look, I've got an 11-year-old at home, and I don't know if he could recite his name and address. But this guy right here, no offense if you're watching, I know I'm going to hear about that later.
Chip off the old block, Clint.
Nathan knows from memory the Declaration of Independence. And from what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you are the youngest person in the country, according to Guinness Book of World Records, right, that can do this. Is that right?
I think.
Okay, we think. Well, Guinness, if you are watching, he's going to do it for us right now. And so, no, you're going to be fine. You're going to take it away and you're going to do great. Tell me where you go to school.
I'm homeschooled.
Oh, you're homeschooled. Excellent. Okay. And you are 9 years old, right? Okay. All right, Nathan Bond, tell us where you live. Not your address, but like the area you live. We can, you know what I mean. Where's your main intersection where you live?
I think it's District 4.
Is it in District 4?
I have no idea, but he's welcome.
Maple and Copper. I think that's Councilmember Brand's district. He'll be here in a second. I want him to see you do this. So go ahead and you can get started anytime you want, all right? And we really appreciate you coming out. Here you go. And then you just face the people here and take it.
And hold the microphone very close to your mouth so we can all hear you. There you go. Good job.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they declare the causes which propel to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it's the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations of such principles and organizing its parts in such form as them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed would dictate that government's long established not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience have shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they're accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is our right, it is our duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for the future security. Such have been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter the former systems of government. The head of the present King of Great Britain is to repeat injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, that facts be submitted to a candid world, he's refused to send to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He's forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained. And once it's suspended, he's utterly neglected to attend to them. He refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish right of representation and legislator, a right inestimable to the man, formidable to tyrants only. He's called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with the measures he's dissolved. Representative House repeatedly proposed manly firmness his evasion of the rights of the people. He's refused for a long time, after such dissolutions, to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers incapable of annihilation have returned to people at large for their exercise. The state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and vultures within. He's endeavored to prevent the population of these states, without purpose obstructing laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage migration thither, and raising the conditions of new appropriation of lands. He's obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He's made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He's erected a multitude of new offices and sent their swarms of officers to arrest our people and teach out their substance. He's kept among us in times of peace, standing arms without the civilian legislators. He's effected to render the military independent of spirit to the civil power. He's combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, for quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without consent, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in the neighboring province, establishing their and arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same maps rule into these colonies, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislators and declaring themselves in fifth power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He's abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He's plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He's at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny already begun under circumstances of cruelty and perfidy, scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally worthy that set the head of a civilized nation. He's constraining our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of the friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He's excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. In every stage of these oppressions, we petition for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is fit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We've warned them time and time of attempts by their legislator to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our immigration settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They too have been to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. We must therefore acquiesce in the necessity which denounces our separation and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, peace, and peace. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America and General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge over the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by authority of good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are in right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states, the full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may have right to, and for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Ooh, hey.
Well, is that what that thing says? Gosh, it sounds so harsh. Wow. Couldn't they have thought of maybe compromising a little bit? Just kidding, just kidding. All right, you know what? You are extraordinary. That was wonderful. And how inspiring to listen to the words of the founding fathers that risked it all so that we could be here and we could be free. So thank you for doing this. Now, how long did it take you to memorize all this? Okay, first let's start with this. Where did you get this idea?
My dad.
Okay. All right. Was this a punishment, or is it, you know what, you didn't eat all your food, go memorize the Declaration of Independence, and if you mess it up, you got to do the Magna Carta? Where was the idea?
You know, once we started homeschooling him, once we started homeschooling him, he just flourished. We saw what capacity he had to memorize. and we thought we'd challenge them with something. And we thought, hey, the political season's coming, and let's do something that's historic related to our foundation. So I suggested the Declaration of Independence, and he ran with it.
Wow.
So.
Well, thank you. And so was this difficult to do? And I guess the second part of that is, how long did it take you to do it?
2 months.
2 months. Well, that's not bad. 2 months is really good. It probably would have taken me 2 years or 2.5 years. And was it? Tell me, what was the easiest part about it? What was the hardest part about it? Were there a lot of new words in there that you learned?
Yes.
What was easy about it?
Nothing.
Nothing was easy about it. Okay, last question, and then we'll go ahead and give you your award. How did you do it? You just read it 100 times, or you just went by sentence? Tell us how you did it.
My mom broke them up into 32 segments, and I memorized one at a time. But once I got to about 20, I started memorizing one line a day.
Wow, very good. And I guess the last question is, now that you know so much about what caused the Founding Fathers to want to break away from the British Empire, tell us a little bit, what's your take on this? There's no question that of everyone in this room, you are the expert on the Declaration of Independence, and you're 9 years old. So what is what's your opinion of the Founding Fathers and why they did what they did?
It's good.
It's good. All right, we're going to let you go with that. Mayor Swearingen, would you like to come up and be part of the award? Okay, let's have you stand here in the middle, and I'm going to read this to you. This says, City of Fresno Proclamation to Nathan Bond in recognition of your commitment to learning and reciting the Declaration of Independence. At City Hall, we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim February 26th, 2016 to be Nathan Bond Day in the city of Fresno. We are proud to recognize you for your dedication. Thank you.
Hey, Clint, the only thing I could add to that.
Yeah, everybody, you can give another hand. Now, having your own day in the city of Fresno means you can go into any ice cream place you want, and it's all free. So, just show your certificate, and no, I'm kidding. You won't get anything with your certificate, but congratulations to you, and congratulations, you have a remarkable son.
Hey, Clint, the only thing I could add is I would vote for Nathan Bond. Nathan Bond for president.
There you go.
Absolutely. Fantastic. This is obviously the fun part of our meetings. Next, we have the mayor's office with the proclamation of National Entrepreneurship Week. Mayor Swearingen. Vote for Nathan.
Let's see, what year will that be when he'll be electable? Hi. All right. Well, we are so excited in Fresno to be participating in National Entrepreneurship Week. Our Congress, in their wisdom back in 2007, advised people around the country to celebrate entrepreneurship. And this has really been a foundational element of the revitalization of Fresno. And so we wanted to join in that celebration. Most people don't realize all of the work that's gone into creating a successful entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Fresno. But we're 20 years in to an incredible effort to help people start businesses and grow their businesses. It started many, many years ago with the Lyles Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Fast forward now 20 years, Fresno Unified offers entrepreneurship training, science, technology, and writing business plans through a program called Kids Invent to every fifth grader in Fresno Unified and every sixth grader. I happen to have a sixth grader who comes home from school, and in his backpack are materials from Kids Invent. And he is learning, along with the other 74,000 students in Fresno Unified, how to be entrepreneurial, how to potentially start his own business one day. And we know that even if people don't go on to start their own business, the important thing is entrepreneurship is all about empowerment and problem solving. So we're really excited about the progress we're making as a community. Fresno Unified also boasts the only entrepreneurship high school in the United States. the only high school of its kind, the Patino School of Entrepreneurship, and of course we have undergraduate and graduate programs at Fresno State in entrepreneurship. So we are well on our way to becoming the entrepreneur juggernaut of California, and that is very much why we wanted to celebrate this week here today. So I don't know if you want to say a few words and receive our proclamation? All right. Well, I come from a deep area of passion here, so I think we'll leave it at that and ask our clerk to read the proclamation for National Entrepreneurship Week.
Whereas most new jobs created throughout the United States in the past decade have come from the creative efforts of entrepreneurs and small businesses, and whereas the Partnership for 21st Century Skills identified entrepreneurial literacy skills as one of the 21st century content areas critical to success in communities and workplaces, and more than 70% of young Americans envision starting a business or doing something entrepreneurial as adults. And whereas encouraging youth to be excited about entrepreneurship and working to expand the knowledge, skills, and attitudes of the city of Fresno's youth and adults to be successful as entrepreneurs are critical to the long-term growth of local communities, the state, and the nation. And whereas entrepreneurship is vital to the city of Fresno's growth and prosperity, and our city is home to two nationally recognized educational resources for youth and adult entrepreneurs, the Patino School of Entrepreneurship and the Lyle Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And whereas the newest high school in Fresno Unified School District, the Philip J. Patino School of Entrepreneurship, opened in August 2015 and offers a course of study that connects students with mentors from business communities and provides real-world applications for what they are studying. And whereas the Lyle Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, founded in 2003 through a partnership between Fresno State and local entrepreneur Dr. Williams Lyle, is nationally ranked entrepreneurship located on the Fresno State campus with a successful track record of inspiring students, faculty, alumni, and community leaders to act on ideas that build a prosperous future. And whereas the United States House of Representatives resolved to recognize the first annual National Entrepreneurship Week commencing on February 24th, 2007. And whereas National Entrepreneurship Week provides an opportunity to focus on the innovative way in which entrepreneurship education can bring together the core academic, technical, and problem-solving skills essential for the future entrepreneurs and successful workers in future workplaces. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, do hereby proclaim February 21st through 28th, 2016 to be National Entrepreneurship Week in the city of Fresno.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Our next proclamation is Black History Month by City Council Member Oliver Baines III.
All right, thank you, Council President. I can tell you that we all feel a little inadequate now after hearing the entire Declaration of Independence recited. I know like maybe a few lines, but you know, it's interesting that we heard that. I'm gonna ask my special guests to come down, Sharayla, Keisha, Tate, and Joy, Chastity, come on down too. But I can tell you that it's interesting having this meeting started off with the reciting of the Declaration of Independence, and in the same meeting, we actually are going to honor Black History Month in the city of Fresno, because it was very much the words in that Declaration of Independence that served as a foundation for us to be able to end slavery and also be able to move and advance civil rights forward in the United States for all peoples, but early in the 19th century for African Americans especially. So what I did was I asked several of our leaders from the African American community to come and join us today to honor them. I'm going to have them introduce themselves and their respective organizations.
Hello, my name is Latia McClarty. I am the membership chairperson of Black Women Organized for Political Action.
Hello, my name is Keisha Thomas. I am the second vice president of the NAACP.
Hi, my name is Sharayla Nicholson, and I'm the chapter president for Black Women Organized for Political Action, Fresno, San Joaquin Valley chapter.
Tate Hill, I'm the president and CEO of the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and our Chamber Foundation.
Joy Eubanks, I'm the treasurer for the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce.
Chastity Neal, project manager for the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce.
All right, thank you all very much. And I just wanted to take a moment and honor the work that you all do in our community for the African American community in Fresno specifically. As we know, back in 1926, Carter G. Woodson first introduced the idea of African Peoples or Black History Week. And he did that to really commemorate the birthdays of Frederick Douglass, who is a personal hero of mine, and Abraham Lincoln. Most of us that know our history know the intricate relationship they had in being able to really end slavery in the United States of America. Frederick Douglass being one of the great abolitionists of the time, and Abraham Lincoln, one of my favorite presidents, Councilmember Olivier, which actually signed the 13th Amendment. So that work started back then, carries on today, and is exhibited through the work that you all do in your respective organizations, still advancing the issues of African American people in the city of Fresno. And I am very, very honored and humbled to have you all do this work here today. So with that, I wanted to present a proclamation, and Madam Clerk, if we can read the proclamation.
Whereas America's greatness is a testament of generations of courageous individuals who, in the face of uncomfortable truths, accepted that the work of perfecting our nation is unending and strive to expand and reach of freedom to all. For too long, most of our basic liberties had been denied to African Americans, and today we pay tribute to countless good-hearted citizens along the Underground Railroad, aboard a bus in Alabama, and all across the country, who stood up and sat in to help right the wrongs of the past and extend the promise of Americans to all people. Whereas the story of Black History Month begins in 1915, a half a century after the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States, that September, the Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson and the prominent minister Jesse E. Moreland founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, an organization dedicated to researching and promoting achievements by Black Americans and other people of American descent. Known today as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, the group sponsored a National Negro History Week in 1926, choosing the second week of February to coincide with the birthday of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. The event inspired schools and community nationwide to organize local celebrations, establish history clubs, and host performances and lectures. Whereas we recognize these champions of justice and the sacrifices they made to bring us to the point, we honor the contributions of African Americans since our country beginning, and we committed to reaching for a day when no person is judged by anything but the content of their character. From Revolutionary War through abolitionist movement to marches from Selma to Montgomery and across America today, African Americans have remained devoted to the proposition that all of us are created equal, even when our own rights are denied. As we rejoice in the victories won by men and women who believed in the idea of just a fair America, we remember that throughout history, our success has been driven by bold individuals who were willing to speak out and change the status quo. Whereas today, our young people still echo for the call of equality through the Black Lives Matter movement, bringing attention to disparities that continue to plague our society in ways that mirror the nonviolent tactics of the civil rights movement, while adapting to modern times. Let us not forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we could make our voices heard by exercising our right to vote. Even in the face of legal challenges, every eligible voter should not take for granted what is our right to shape our democracy. Whereas our responsibility as citizens is to address the inequalities and injustices that linger, and we must secure our birthright freedoms for all people. As we mark Black History Month, let us reflect on the sacrifices and contributions made by generations of African Americans, and let us resolve to continue to march toward a day when every person knows the unalienable right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, therefore, I, Oliver Baines III, council member of the City of Fresno, represent District 3, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2016 as Black History Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Baines. Congratulations. This is a great month of celebration. Really appreciate it. Okay, our next proclamation is to Heron Jaguar's 70th anniversary. And Jim, you look pretty good for 70. Sal Quintero, it's your opportunity.
Well, we're going to have Jim, Hillary, and Randy come down, and Councilmember Quintero and I are going to present you all this proclamation today. And I'm just gonna kick it off very briefly. Here, stand right here so everyone can see you out there. Kick it off very briefly. We understand that you're celebrating your 70th year of business this year. I think last month was the anniversary. January 22nd was the 70th year anniversary. Heron Jaguar in the city of Fresno, all staying committed to downtown Fresno the entire time. And it's very rare that we get to have the opportunity to recognize 3 generations of a family business in our city. It's rare and it's special, and you all are a treasure to us. The work that you do, the quality of cars that you build, the service that you give to our community really is unparalleled. So we thought it would just be appropriate to go a very small token to just honor your existence in our city, to thank you for your service, to thank you for staying committed to us as we are committed to you. And now I want to kick it off to my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I have a question for you out here. Is how many of you have seen those cool Jaguar commercials on television where they show the city of Fresno backdrops, and in one of those they end up at the Warner's Theater? Yeah. Guy gets out of the car? Yep. This is him. This is him, and so he'll be signing autographs when he walks out. But this is Randy, and those are great commercials, and it really showcases a lot of the great places in Fresno, and that is also an extension of your commitment to our community. The 70 years, I believe you stayed in the same location.
Started out right there. And
why don't you tell us a little bit about that, and also the pressure that you got to move the business up north?
Thank you, Sal, and Oliver. Thank you very much. Well, we've started out with about 25 feet by 120 feet, and slowly but surely, with a lot of hard work, a lot of toil, late nights by my father and their grandfather, we were able to buy a little bit more, and then work hard and buy a little bit more and buy a little bit more, and today we have a half a city block, and we're expanding on that. We actually have a little more than that. And we're planning to put up a brand new building in downtown Fresno, and thank you, the city of Fresno. We were interviewed this morning by the Fresno Bee, and I made a wonderful comment to the Fresno Bee that we appreciated how much the city of Fresno has cooperated with us. We've had a wonderful cooperation in our plans, expansion plans. It's been a pleasure to work with the city staff, and I express that, and I mean that. So thank you, City of Fresno, and thank you, customers, clients, and potential customers. And to answer the other part of the question, we have been felt pressure from time to time to move out north, and we've resisted that, and we feel like we're at home, and it's kind of hard to leave your home. So we made a decision to stay there. It was a great decision. And we're setting the stage with this new building for the next generations to follow. And I believe it's their commitment to keep it right there and service Fresno County, and the surrounding counties.
I'd just like to say, thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. And, we're very excited for the new building. We're going to have it done by 2017. It's going to be a new crown jewel of downtown, we hope. And we're going to hopefully make Fresno proud. We're proud of Fresno and want to make Fresno proud of us.
And we get invited to the grand opening, right? Oh, okay.
Everybody.
All right. Just as a little bit of background, and this is 4 generations in of family. Your grandfather, your father, you, and now.
Well, they're the same generation.
Okay, 3 generations. Okay, a little bit of background. If you lived in Fresno long enough, it's still a small town in many ways. And way back when we were younger and our hair was darker or dark, Jim's grandmother lived across the street from my parents' house. So every summer, their parents would take them over to go over there on the farm and just kind of mess around a little bit. And so Jim and his brother and I got to know each other from way back then, and then throughout the years, we just kind of would reconnect here and there. So it's really something. And as Councilmember Capriola was saying, or President Capriola was saying, he says, you think about it, when we were younger, he said, who would have thought we'd end up at City Hall? So, and we're all here. But anyway, this is a proclamation from the offices of Councilmember Oliver Baines III and myself. It's from the City of Fresno. It's a proclamation, and it's hereby presented to James, Hillary, and Randy. And it reads, "It is with great distinction and pride that we join in honoring and congratulating Jim, Hillary, and Randy Heron of Heron Jaguar on your 70th anniversary. We appreciate all your family's hard work and dedication in providing jobs, quality vehicles, and great service to our community. We thank you for all that you have contributed throughout 70 years in business, and we wish you the best of luck and continued success. It's businesses such as yours that help make Fresno an all-American city. On behalf of the City of Fresno, we, Councilmember Oliver Baines III, myself, Sal Quintero, and the City Council do hereby proclaim today, Thursday, February 25th, 2016, to be James, Hillary, Randy, and Heron Jaguar Day in the City of Fresno. Congratulations to you. Well deserved.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up, and the only thing I have to add is every year in the downtown Christmas parade, I have the coolest car, and it comes from Heron Jaguar.
I can't even get a car.
Yeah, that's right. And my brother loves Jaguars and gets to ride in it with me. So, thanks so much. We appreciate you guys.
Hey, Jim. Jim, I understand that the council members have a use of a Jaguar for free for a year. Is that the F-Type?
I think so. What color you want? I think only on the day.
Only on today. I'll be right over.
Pretty soon, you better
We'll be right over. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. We've been anxiously waiting for this proclamation for the Fresno High School Cheer Day by Councilmember Soria. And hey, Warriors, she's wearing Roosevelt High School green today. Did you guys notice? Huh? Rough Riders rule.
Cap, I told you to stop being a bully. So I'm very excited to be able to welcome our Fresno High students, the Pep and Cheer Squad. This evening we've saved the best for last. So welcome. I'm very excited because this year the squad actually took first place at the statewide cheer competition, which was this past January. Very exciting because it was actually their first time ever competing at the state level. So great accomplishment for the cheer squad. So now the team is headed out to the Nationals, right? Which I believe is March 17th. So good luck there. And they are headed to the United Spirit Association National Cheer Competition in Anaheim. I know that you guys are actively fundraising. I've seen the Facebook posts and I've shared those. I know that my office personally will be making a contribution so that you guys can get to the nationals and be able to compete. But I will ask if any of our viewers or community partners and folks listening to us here this afternoon, that if they can support you guys. I know you guys are actively fundraising because we want to make sure that you guys are successful. And so I want to invite you guys to actually come up, so the coaches and all the team members. So to begin, we'll read out we do have certificates for everyone. I know we have a big team. Welcome. But we want our city clerk actually to read the proclamation to the record.
Whereas the Fresno High School Prep and Cheer Squad has built momentum over the past several years through hard work, perseverance, and countless hours of practice. Whereas the Prep and Cheer Squad has garnered praise and recognition with the first place finish at their very first statewide cheer competition on January 9th. And whereas, for the first time ever, the Pep and Cheer Squad has qualified to compete at the United Spirit Association National Cheer Competition in Anaheim, California on March 17th through 20th, 2016. And whereas, the city of Fresno is proud of the Prep and Cheer Squad, and we know that they will represent our community well at the national championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the mayor and the city council of Fresno, do hereby recognize the athletic achievements of the Fresno High School Prep and Cheer Squad and do proclaim February 25th, 2016 as Fresno High Prep and Cheer Squad Day in the city of Fresno.
So again, very excited to have you guys here today. Fresno High is obviously in District 1, is in one of our most historic neighborhoods in the city of Fresno. I know there's a long history with this high school, and so I'm very proud of all the young ladies and the young men for the work that you guys do through your squad and pep team. I do want to invite our coaches or our director, Jacqueline Reese, and see if one of our coaches wants to say a few words.
Hello. Well, I just want to say that I'm so proud of our young athletes here. They've been working so hard to improve every year, and this has been a great year because we were able to actually qualify for nationals. So they've been continuing to work hard to improve so that we can go out and compete at a higher level at nationals. They're still working hard to do that as well as fundraise, and I'm just so proud of them, how they've come together as a squad, still doing all their schoolwork as well. And really exemplifying what it means to be a Fresno warrior and a great member of the Fresno community. So thank you very much.
Awesome. What about one of the coaches? Would you like to say?
They put in a lot of hard work and they put in a lot of effort, and them wearing that name across their chest, it serves them well, and they want to do their best to represent this community. They represent Fresno as a whole, and they are true warriors, and that's what they're going to go out there in Anaheim and do, and they're going to represent us all well.
Awesome. Go Warriors. So let me just call up each of your guys' names. Where's Gilbert? Okay, he has the certificate. So Brooke Atkins. Yeah. Just give it to him. Ashley, is it Elrich? Or Ehrlich? Pepper Friesen. Andrea Garcia. We didn't have them in order? Oh, okay. Yeah. Priscilla Huerta. Sean Kunkel. Jose Lopez. Audra Martins. Alyssa Rasmussen. Viridiana Razo. Jonathan Sandoval. Arista Sayabong. Okay. Jamie Silva. Raylan Stanlake Smith, Vanessa Tellez, and Junior Touch. Awesome. So congratulations again. Make us proud. You guys are, as expressed by your guys' coach, not only representing Fresno High, but also representing Fresno as a whole, as you guys do wear Fresno across your chest. So again, thank you for all the hard work that you guys are doing. And do we get a little cheer?
Esmeralda, are you going to lead the cheer for us?
Ready? If you like it, say go Fresno! Go Fresno! You say if you like it, say go Fresno! Go Fresno! Two more if you like it, say go Fresno! Go Fresno! Last more if you like it, say go Fresno! Go Fresno!
So before you guys go, if we can just get a close picture with everyone. So if we can just.
Congratulations, Fresno High School Warriors. Great job. We love it. Thank you all very much. Okay, that concludes our ceremonial portion of our day. So now we will go to unscheduled communications. And the first card I received today was from Gary Doselic. Good afternoon, Gary. Thanks for waiting for us.
My. My name is Gary Dosco. You were canceled. I appreciate it to see you all. Man. That's my man right there. That's my number one right there. You know, Clint does a good job to bring my bike last year then to my apartment, man, and man, he's a good guy because last year I almost got scared. The bike man sit right there, and then shy too much, and I don't know bruise that well, but that time I got my bike got stolen, the old one, and for Clint, he saved my life. So that's a good man right there. So thank you guys for helping me out, and got the U-lock, and you know, so thank you for the security, you know, and to hire me. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Rick. Would you like to start it off on behalf of your group? Once Rick finishes, we'll go to Lynn McMurray, and next will be James Gummings, I believe. Thank you very much, Rick. Please give us your name and address for the record.
My name is Rick Morse. I operate MedMart Clinic at 334 East Olive Avenue in Fresno, California. It's not the first time I've been in front of you guys. It may be the last. I noticed that there are a number of people that aren't going to show us enough respect to actually be here while we're making this this presentation, so let's just do it quick. In August 2015, I gave you guys a crackhead video. It depicted people being attacked out in front of my shop. And I told you that if it didn't stop, if you didn't do something soon, somebody would get hurt. Seriously, that happened. I told you that the police refused to respond, and now we can prove it, and I'll get to that in a minute. August of 2015, in response to that video, you guys filed court case 09-CECG 02906 against me. September, I gave you a card that was put on the record here that had the names of 2 officers that were facilitating those attacks. One person I just understood from Chief Dyer is under internal affairs investigation. Notwithstanding that fact that between September and October of 2015, the attacks severity and intensity increased. I came back in October of 2015 and I told you that. I told you that we were threatened on the way down here to City Council. Today, we were threatened on the way down to City Council. October 2015, I tell you that the attacks had increased. The city responds by serving the papers on me. January 29, 2016 was the culmination of the trial. Officer Ricardo Gonzalez, spelled with an S, and that's another conversation I had with Chief Dyer, testified that he was instructed at a division-wide meeting at the police department not to respond to protect the patients. He was ordered that. And he testified to that under penalty of perjury in a court of law. It's a matter of public record. You should get the transcript. I know Mr. Sloan has access to them. Do you understand what it means? It means you instructed him. Mr. Brand, it means you instructed him. Mr. Quintero, that means you instructed that officer.
Mr. Morris, direct your comments to me, please, as the president.
I am, to the city council, right?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's what I'm doing. That's what it means. It means that you gave that instruction, Mr. Capriolio, because whether or not you knew it was given or not, you are ultimately responsible for that instruction being given. Every member of the city council, how much time do I got? 23 seconds. That means Oliver Baines, Steve Brandown, Esmeralda Soria are all responsible for that instruction to that officer. He considered it an order not to respond to protect us. Thank you.
Lynn McMurray. And James, you'll be next.
President, council member, and council members, Lynn McMurray, 178 West Barstow, Apartment C. I stand here before you in support of MedMar. I have relied on them for my medical needs. This is real difficult for me. I stand because I'm schizophrenic, and that's one thing that really calms me down and helps me sleep. So I'm 100% behind MedMar and their decisions and what they have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. James Cummings, you're next. After James, we'll hear from Sophia Gaspar.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, my name is James Gunning. My address is 859 East Hedges Avenue. I'm here to speak to you. I've been a patient of MedMar Clinic for about 3 years, and I can't find any reason why they've been closed down. I've never seen anything illegal happen there. I've never seen anything that would justify this. And so I wonder what's going on. Why is this happening? Who's responsible for this? And I can't find any answers. I'm confused. It doesn't make sense to me. So, do you have any answers for me? All right, thank you.
Next is Sophia Gaspar, and after Sophia, we'll hear from Crystal Hopkins. Good afternoon, Sophia.
Good afternoon. My address is 4313 East Washington Avenue. I moved out to Fresno just a couple of years ago from the Bay Area, and I was in a really bad accident. MedMar has definitely helped me through the process after my accident and what I go through daily. I wrote something here for you guys. I'm here today as a medical marijuana patient. I have followed all the state guidelines to be able to receive medical marijuana and other medical marijuana ointments. Medical marijuana has helped me with my chronic pain, anxiety, and PTSD. I currently receive numerous medications which I take daily, but with the help of medical marijuana, I am able to take these addictive and harmful medications less. I don't want to resort to being a criminal. I am a law-abiding citizen. I am a person in need and a person who does not want to be reliant on taking a handful of pills every day. I'm 32 years old. I would like to have a child in my life, but I can't do so with taking the strong medications I'm taking. I have very low quality of life after my accident 5 years ago. But with the help of MedMar and some of the products they have there for my muscles and things of that nature, I am able to have a more quality of life. And I really implore you to make a decision based on the people who really need this as medication. This isn't a drug. This is medication that is non-toxic. It's not going to mess up my liver. It's not going to mess up my kidneys. I don't want those things to happen from having to take a handful of pills every day. And that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is okay. If you give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is good afternoon. My name is Crystal Hopkins. I live at 530 West Florida, Fresno, California, and I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of MedMar and to tell you just a little bit about my experience. I am 59. I have cerebral palsy. I've had cerebral palsy all my life. When I was checking my CP, it didn't have the kind of effect on me as it has when I got older. My spasticity is much worse as I got older, and I have been taking traditional medications like Fentanyl and Baclofen. All the medications did not work for me. And a few years ago, I began to think about medical cannabis as something that I wanted to try to release the symptoms of my cerebral palsy. So after I did my own research and I thought about it quite carefully, and I also consulted my own doctor who didn't have a problem with me doing it. He said it was totally up to me. I went and I got a cannabis card about a month ago and went into the market and they begin to figure out what I needed in the way of medication. I've been using it for about a month. I can honestly, truthfully say that it has helped. I have been in this wheelchair for about 10 years. I had not been able to walk.
Ms. Hopkins, we need to reach a conclusion, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, my conclusion is that it has helped me a good deal with walking and even writing my name. So I see no reason why this council should be holding that require business.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the cards I have. If there's anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on any issue, any subject, this is unscheduled communications. So please come forward and share your opinion with us. Absolutely.
My grandmother is in the hospital today.
Can I get your name? And,
my name is Don Luciano Soria, 3770 East Illinois Avenue.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, if we can begin. Is there anybody that wants another granola bar? Because I saw that. I was a little rude. Mr. What's your name? Clinton? Standing up over here grabbing a freaking granola bar while everybody's talking? Come on, man.
Sir, talk to me, please.
All right. I'll get to whatever the hell I
3
say.
minutes.
My grandmother's in the hospital today because of you guys. How does that make you feel? No response? City Council? I gotta tell you guys, this is my first time in City Council and I'm like disappointed and disgusted what I saw today. You guys just stand up there and just like ignore everything that gets thrown your way. What the hell is that about? No response, once again, from any of you?
Sir, this is your time to address us, so you have the floor.
Like I said, my grandmother's in the hospital. I don't know, I mean, she was a patient at Medmar. And you took that away from her. Do you understand why I'm so mad? What if one of your loved ones was in pain? Take a sip of your fucking soda. Yeah, nice. So, are you going to respond to my question or what?
This is your opportunity, sir.
I am speaking, and I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it back to you. I want to hear what you have to say. Since all the points up here have already been made, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Shit, right? You ain't got shit to say. Why? Because you know you're wrong. Is this why you guys got into City Council? I thought you guys were here to serve the public, not serve yourselves. My name is Donaciano Soria, and this won't be the last time you guys will hear from me again.
Anyone else in the public like to come forward and discuss any opinion or issue? This is unscheduled communication. I'm sorry, ma'am. We've closed. You get one opportunity. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing none, we'll close unscheduled communication. And I believe that's the extent of our meeting today. We have no closed session. So thank you all for your timeliness up here in the dais. I appreciate it. And let's have a good afternoon. Thank you.